But why did he not apply to me and said that he wanted to answer Vyshinsky? I might have permitted him. Yes, I cut him off from all contact with the world, that is true. And he had the right to defend himself, that's also true. But we did not give him asylum. And why should our little country have to be dragged into his struggle with Stalin? We could not take the risk. We were a small country, with Hitler on one side and Stalin on the other, and we could not afford embroiling ourselves. There were bigger countries, bigger democratic countries than we, and none wanted to give him asylum. Why should we have risked our existence? He was a great man, but too great for our little Norway, too great for us. And he was in the wrong because he did not observe the conditions of his residence permit. 176. But are you not, Mr. Lai, putting forward two different and even conflicting arguments which cancel each other? First, you say that as a small country exposed to pressure from two great powers you could not risk giving Trotsky asylum and all the rights that implied. One can understand this viewpoint, there is truth in it. What this amounts to is that you were perhaps morally in the wrong, but that you could not afford to be morally in the right. And then you go on to say that it was Trotsky who was morally in the wrong. Surely, you cannot have it both ways. But let me ask you another question which is of the greatest importance in this story. Did the Soviet ambassador ever ask for Trotsky's expulsion or internment or extradition? Did the Soviet government, as some believe, ever threaten you with stopping their imports from Norway or with a financial boycott? No, never. They never asked for Trotsky's expulsion. They never threatened us with any economic reprisals. We acted of our own accord, for our own motives, because of the domestic situation, because of the elections, and because of Trotsky's behavior. Only once Yakubovic, the Soviet ambassador here, came to see me at the Ministry of Justice, but this was already after I had interned Trotsky. He came to me, but I did not even let him talk, and before he said anything I smiled and told him, "We have taken care of the Trotsky case. I have ordered Trotsky to be interned." Yakubovic smiled and left without saying a word. That was all. Could you tell me how and why you decided to expel him from Norway? And how did it happen that he went to Mexico? We could not afford to keep him interned here. It involved us in too large expenses. I had to hire a villa, I had to keep 20 policemen on the spot. So when I had him in my office for the second time I told him this. You should have seen him. You should have seen how he reacted. A year before, he was an ordinary modest refugee. Now he was a cock again and a proud man. He had been impolite to the guards, he cheated their vigilance, and so on. Then I asked him who might possibly give him a visa. He had mentioned Diego Rivera several times as his friend and suggested that Mexico may be a possible refuge. But he said he would not go there unless he were invited, and unless he were given safe transport. I sent a man to the Mexican envoy in Stockholm, and they at once agreed to give him asylum. I was a little uneasy, because I expected them to ask us whether he would get a Norwegian return visa. You can imagine how happy I was when they did not ask for that. I then informed Trotsky about the arrangements for the journey. I had hired a tanker Ruth. Then I gave Trotsky a passport and asked him to sign some sort of a document. He refused to sign and said he would not go on that tanker. I was telling hint that this was a very good solid vessel, with very comfortable accommodation and excellent food. But he was not interested. He said Stalin knows all about your Ruth. The tanker would be torpedoed, it will never reach the British Channel. What kind of defenses has that ship? He asked. I guaranteed him that we would maintain absolute secrecy. I told him that nobody knew about all this except me, him, and the owner of the ship. But he still refused to go on the Ruth. Then I told him that I shall order the police to take him aboard the tanker. And he had to yield. But he still refused to sign the document, and he signed it only when he stood on Mexican soil. The ship was not allowed to use her radio or to give any signals, and only when she was in mid-Atlantic did the news leak out. On this the interview was practically concluded. There came still a few beware, Mr. Deutscher, beware, and Lai was obviously alarmed at what I might write about him. When we got out of the lift and he arranged to get a taxi for me, he still said, "So you think that a biographer will blame me for all this, and that's what you are going to do?" To this I answered. I said, "Mr. Lai, that your biographer may blame you. But surely, you realize that I am Trotsky's biographer, not yours. And it is not my job to judge your behavior in my book." This put his mind at rest. He once again inquired, as he had done at the beginning of the conversation, about the American sales of my books, and was evidently impressed when I told him that they were selling very well. His autobiography was apparently not a success. We parted in a friendly way, he assuring me once again of his admiration for my Stalin, which he said he consulted regularly. The volume was indeed on his desk and had many marks in the margin. Cowlston, Surrey. May 4, 1956. Part 4. China. Mills I. Maoism, its origins and outlook. I. What does Maoism stand for? What does it represent as a political idea and as a current in contemporary communism? The need to clarify these questions has become all the more urgent because Maoism is now openly competing with other communist schools of thought for international recognition. Yet before entering this competition, Maoism had existed as a current, and then as the dominant trend of Chinese communism for 30 to 35 years. It is under its banner that the main forces of the Chinese Revolution waged the most protracted civil war in modern history, and won their victory in 1949, making the greatest single breach in world capitalism since the October Revolution, and freeing the Soviet Union from isolation. It is hardly surprising that Maoism should at last advance politically beyond its national boundaries and claim worldwide attention to its ideas. What is surprising is that it has not done so earlier, and that it has for so long remained closed within the confines of its national experience. Maoism presents in this respect a striking contrast with Leninism. The latter also existed at first as a purely Russian school of thought, but not for long. In 1915, after the collapse of the Second International, Lenin was already the central figure in the movement for the Third International, its initiator and inspirer. Bolshevism, as a faction in the Russian Social Democratic Party, was not much older than a decade. Before that, the Bolsheviks, like other Russian socialists, had lived intensely with all the problems of international Marxism, absorbed all its experience, participated in all its controversies, and felt bound to it with unbreakable ties of intellectual, moral, and political solidarity. Maoism was from the outset Bolshevism's equal in revolutionary vitality and dynamism, but differed from it in a relative narrowness of horizon and a lack of any direct contact with critical developments in contemporary Marxism. 182. One hesitates to say it, yet it is true that the Chinese Revolution, which in its scope is the greatest of all revolutions in history, was led by the most provincial-minded and insular of revolutionary parties. This paradox throws into all the sharper relief the inherent power of the revolution itself. What accounts for the paradox? A historian notes first of all the total absence of any socialist Marxist influence in China prior to 1917. Ever since the middle of the 19th century, from the Opium Wars and the Taiping Rebellion, through the Boxer Rising until the overthrow of the Manchu dynasty in 1911, China had been seething with anti-imperialism and agrarian revolt, but the movements and secret societies involved in the risings and revolts were all traditional in character and based on ancient religious cults. Even bourgeois liberalism and radicalism had not penetrated beyond the Great Wall till the beginning of the century. Sun Yat-sen formulated his republican program only in 1905. By that the Japanese labor movement, of which Sen Katayama was the famous spokesman in the Socialist International, had officially embraced Marxism. In Russia, the invasion of Western socialist ideas had begun by the middle of the 19th century, and ever since Marxism had gripped the minds of all revolutionaries, populists, and social democrats. As Lenin put it, Bolshevism stood on the shoulders of many generations of Russian revolutionaries who had breathed the air of European philosophy and socialism. Chinese communism has had no such ancestry. The archaic structure of Chinese society and the deeply ingrained self-sufficiency of its cultural tradition were impermeable to European ideological ferments. Western imperialism managed to sap that structure and tradition, but was unable to fructify the mind of China with any vital liberating idea. Only the revolutionary explosion in neighboring, yet remote, Russia shook the immense nation from its inertia. Marxism found a way to China via Russia. The lightning speed with which it did so after 1917, and the firmness with which it then struck roots in China's soil, are the most stupendous illustration of the law of combined development. Here we see the most archaic of nations avidly absorbing the most modern of revolutionary doctrines, the last word in revolution, and translating it into action. Lacking any native Marxist ancestry, Chinese communism descends straight from Bolshevism. Mao stands on Lenin's shoulders. That Marxism sh old have reached China so late and in the form of Bolshevism was the result of two factors: the First World War, exposing and aggravating to the utmost the inner contradictions of Western imperialism, discredited it in the eyes of the East, intensified socio-political ferments in China, made China mature for revolution and extraordinarily receptive to revolutionary ideas, while Leninism, with its original, vigorous emphasis on anti-imperialism and the agrarian problem, rendered Marxism, for the first time in history, directly and urgently relevant to the needs and strivings of the colonial and semi-colonial peoples. In a sense, China had to jump over the pre-Bolshevik phase of Marxism in order to be able to respond to Marxism at all. Yet the impact of undiluted Leninism on China was very brief. It lasted only through the early 1920s till the opening of the National Revolution in 1925. Only a very small elite of the radical intelligentsia acquainted itself with the program of Leninism and adopted it. At the Foundation Congress of the Chinese Communist Party in 1921 only 12 delegates were present. Mao Zedong was one of them, representing a total membership of 57. At the Second Congress, in the following year, the same apostolic number of delegates spoke for a membership of 123. There were still no more than 900 party members in the whole of China at the beginning of 1925, shortly before the Communists were to find themselves at the head of insurgent millions. On these first communist propaganda circles the basic ideas of Leninism left a deep impression. No matter how much the Stalinized Comintern did later to confound the mind of Chinese communism, the germ of Leninism survived, grew, and became transformed into Maoism. Leninism offered its Chinese adepts a few great and simple truths rather than any clear-cut strategy or precise tactical prescriptions. It taught them that China could achieve emancipation only through revolution from below, for which they must work as tirelessly, indomitably, and hopefully as the Bolsheviks had worked for their revolution, that they ought to distrust any bourgeois reformism and hope for no accommodation with any of the powers that held China in subjection, that against those powers they ought to join hands with patriotic elements of the Chinese bourgeoisie, but that they must distrust any temporary bourgeois allies and be ever ready for their treachery, that Chinese communism must look for support to the destitute masses of the peasantry and unfailingly be on their side in their struggles against war lords, landlords and money lenders, that China's small urban working class was the sole consistently revolutionary and potentially the most dynamic force in society, the only force capable of exercising leadership in the nation's struggle for emancipation. That China's bourgeois democratic revolution was part of an uninterrupted, or permanent, revolution, part of a global upheaval in which socialism was bound to overcome imperialism, capitalism, feudalism, and every form of archaic Asian society, that the oppressed peoples of the East should rely on the solidarity with them of the Soviet Union and the Western working classes, that the Communist Party, acting as the vanguard of the movement, must never lose touch with the mass of workers and peasants, but should always be ahead of them, and, finally, that they must guard jealously the party's total independence in policy and organization vis-a-vis all other parties. This was the quintessence of Leninism, which the few pioneers of Chinese communism had absorbed before the revolution of 1925-27. As far as Maoism is concerned, these were still the years of its prehistory. It was only during the revolution that Maoism began to announce itself, and only in consequence of the revolution's defeat did it form a special trend in communism. The prehistorical period is nevertheless of obvious importance, because some of the lessons Maoism had learned in the school of Leninism, although they were to be overlaid by other ideological elements, entered firmly into its political makeup. 2. The next formative influences were the revolution itself and the traumatic shock of its defeat. The years of 1925-27 brought to eruption all the national and international contradictions by which China had been torpid. The eruption was astounding in suddenness, scale, and force. All social classes and all the powers involved behaved as Leninism had predicted they would. But the most outstanding feature of the events, a feature that was not to be found in the next Chinese Revolution and is therefore easily forgotten or ignored, was the revelation of the extraordinary political dynamism of China's small working class degree. The main centers of the revolution were in the industrial and commercial cities of coastal China, especially Canton and Shanghai. The most active organizations were the trade unions. General strikes, huge street demonstrations and workers' insurrections were the main events and turning points of the revolution, as long as the revolution was on the ascendant. The agrarian upheaval in the background, widespread and deep, was far slower in the takeoff, scattered over immense areas, and uneven in tempo and intensity. It gave a nationwide resonance to the action of the urban proletariat but could not affect the events as directly and dramatically as that action did. It cannot be emphasized too strongly that in 1925-27 China's working class displayed quite the same energy, political initiative, and capacity for leadership that Russia's workers had shown in the revolution of 1905. For China these years were what the years 1905-06 had been for Russia, a general rehearsal for revolution, with this difference, however, that in China the party of the revolution drew from the rehearsal conclusions very different from those that had been drawn in Russia. This fact, in combination with other, objective factors, discussed later, was to be reflected in the differences between the socio-political alignments in the China of 1949 and the Russia of 1917. At the time of the Chinese rehearsal, official Moscow was already reacting against its own high hopes and international revolutionary aspirations of the Lenin era. It had just proclaimed socialism in one country as its doctrine. The Stalinist and Bukharinist factions, which still jointly exercised power, were skeptical of the chances of Chinese communism, afraid of international complications, and resolved to play for safety. To avoid challenging the Western powers and antagonizing the Chinese bourgeoisie, Stalin and Bukharin acknowledged the Kuomintang as the legitimate leader of the revolution, cultivated friendship with Chiang Kai-shek, proclaimed the necessity of a bloc of four classes in China, and instructed the Communist Party to enter the Kuomintang and submit to its guidance and discipline. Ideologically, this policy was being justified on the ground that the Chinese Revolution was bourgeois in character, and must be kept within the limits of a bourgeois revolution. No proletarian dictatorship was therefore on the order of the day, only a democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants, a vague and self-contradictory slogan which Lenin had advanced in 1905, when he still held that the Russian Revolution would be only bourgeois democratic. To follow this course, the Chinese Communists had to give up almost every principle Moscow had inculcated in them quite recently. They had, as a party, to resign their independence and freedom of movement. They had to give up, in deeds if not words, the aspiration of proletarian leadership and accept bourgeois leadership instead. They had to trust their bourgeois allies. In order to bring about and keep in being the bloc of four classes, they had to curb the militancy of the urban workers and the rebelliousness of the peasantry, which constantly threatened to explode that bloc. They had to abandon the idea of continuous revolution, for they had to interrupt the revolution whenever it tended to overlap the safety margins of a bourgeois order, which it constantly tended to do. They had to break the proletarian socialist momentum of the movement, or else Moscow would denounce them as adherents of Trotskyism. Socialism in one country, in the USSR, meant no socialism in China. At this point, Chinese communism fell a prey to its own weaknesses as well as Moscow's opportunism and national egoism. Having no Marxist tradition of their own to fall back upon, being dependent on Moscow for inspiration, ideas, and the sinews of their activity, finding themselves raised by events of dizzy suddenness from the obscurity of a tiny propaganda circle to the leadership of millions in revolt, lacking political experience and self-confidence, bombarded by an endless stream of categorical orders, instructions, and remonstrances from Moscow, subjected to persuasion, threats, and political blackmail by Stalin's and the Comintern's envoys on the spot, bewildered and confounded, the pioneers of Chinese communism gave in. Having learned all their Leninism from Moscow, they could not bring themselves to say, or even think, that Moscow was wrong in urging them to unlearn it. In the best circumstances they would have found it very hard to rise to their task and would have needed firm, clear, absolutely unequivocal advice. The advice they got from Moscow was unequivocal only in prompting them to equivocate, to shirk their responsibilities, and to abdicate. They did not know that the Trotskyist opposition was defying Stalin's and Bukharin's general line, and that Trotsky himself opposed the idea that the Chinese party must enter the Kuomintang and accept its dictates. To the Chinese, therefore, Stalin and Bukharin spoke with the voice of Bolshevism at large. It was at that moment, the moment of the surrender to the Kuomintang, that Mao first registered his dissent. His expression of dissent was only oblique, but within its terms it was firm and categorical. In the second half of 1925 and at the beginning of 1926, Mao spent much time in his native province of Hunan, organizing peasant revolts, and participated in communist activity in Canton and Shanghai, representing the party within some of the leading bodies of the Kuomintang. His experience led him to assess the social alignments, especially the class struggle in the countryside, in 2 essays. He did not attempt to analyze China's social structure in depth or to criticize the party line in general, but he made his assessment in terms that thread implicitly and irreconcilably with every premise of the party's and the Comintern's policy. There has not been a single revolution in history, he wrote in March 1926, that has not suffered defeat when its party guided it along the wrong road. To gain confidence that we shall not lead the revolution along the wrong road, we must take care to rally our genuine friends and strike at our genuine enemies. To tell our genuine friends from our genuine enemies. The genuine friends of the revolutionary proletariat were the poor peasants and the semi-proletarian elements in the villages, the genuine enemies the landlords, the wealthy peasants, the bourgeoisie, the right wing of the Kuomintang. He characterized the aides of all these classes and groups with such total lack of 188 illusion and such clarity and determination that, in the light of what he said, the block of 4 classes, the party's submission to the Kuomintang, and the idea of a containment of the revolution within bourgeois limits appeared as so many absurdities, suicidal for the party and the revolution. He was not yet turning his eyes from the town to the country, as he was to do presently, although he already responded far more sensitively and fully to what the peasants were feeling and doing than to the workers' movement. But he still insisted, in good Leninist style, on the workers' primacy in the revolution, and his emphasis on this reflected the actual relationship of workers and peasants in the events of that period. By this time in the Soviet Union only the Trotskyists and Zinovievists still spoke such language. Mao was something of a Trotskyist Jourdain, unaware of what kind of prose he was using. His role in the party was not prominent enough for the Comintern to notice his heresy, but already in 1926 he was at loggerheads with the Chinese Central Committee and Chen Tuxiu, the party's undisputed leader and his own erstwhile intellectual and political guide. In the study of the Hunan peasant movement, written shortly before Chiang Kai-shek's coup d'état, Mao vented his indignation at those Kuomintang leaders and those comrades within the Communist Party who sought to tame the peasantry and halt the agrarian revolution. Quite obviously, he castigated them, This is a reasoning worthy of the landlord class. A counter-revolutionary reasoning. Note: a single comrade should repeat this nonsense. If you are holding definite revolutionary views and happen to be in the country even for a while, you can only rejoice at seeing how the many millions of enslaved peasants are settling accounts with their worst enemies. All comrades should understand that our national revolution requires a great upheaval in the country. And all should support that upheaval, otherwise they will find themselves in the camp of counter-revolution. This attitude cost Mao his seat on the Central Committee. He was to regain it a year later, but the streak of radicalism or of pristine Leninism was to survive in him, even underneath many later accretions, and was to bring upon him the charge of Trotskyism. 36 years later. It was, however, from the defeat of the revolution that Maoism took its proper origin, and that it acquired those features that distinguished it from all other currents in communism and from Leninism. The defeat caused much heart-searching among the Chinese communists, especially after they had learned the truth about the struggle over China that had gone on in the Russian Politburo. There were several conflicting reactions to what had happened. Chen Tusi ruefully acknowledged that he had misguided his party but pleaded that he himself had been misguided by Moscow. Exposing dramatically the inner story of the revolution, relating the many acts of pressure and blackmail to which Moscow had subjected him, he acknowledged that Trotsky had all along been right over China. He was for this expelled from the party, slandered and persecuted by both the Kuomintang and the Comintern. Chen Tusi and his few friends, arguing from an analogy with the Russian Revolution, saw ahead of them a period of political stagnation, an interval between two revolutions, and they proposed to act as the Bolsheviks had acted during the interval between 1907 and 1917, retreat, dig in, and hold out. Primarily among the industrial workers, regain and build up strongholds in the cities which would be the main centers of the next revolution, combine clandestine work with open propaganda and agitation, struggle for partial demands, wage claims and democratic freedoms, press for the unification of China and call for a national constituent assembly, support the peasantry's struggles, use all discontents against Chiang Kai-shek's dictatorship, and so gather strength for the next revolution, which would at last be the uninterrupted revolution Lenin and Trotsky had preached. This was, theoretically at least, a comprehensive prospect and a coherent program of action. What the Comintern, through its nominees, Li Lisan and Wang Ming, offered was an utterly incoherent combination of basic opportunism and ultra-left tactics, designed to justify the policy of 1925-27 and to save Stalin's face. The canon was upheld that the next revolution would also be only bourgeois democratic. The canon could be used in future to justify a renewal of a pro-Kuomintang policy and a new bloc of four classes. Meanwhile the Comintern, denying that the Chinese Revolution had suffered any defeat, encouraged the Chinese party to stage hopeless coups and armed risings. These tactics, initiated with the armed Canton insurrection in December 1927, fitted in well with the Comintern's new general line, which consisted in a forecast of imminent revolution in East and West alike, a call for a direct struggle for power, rejection of any socialist-communist united front in Europe, refusal to defend democratic freedoms, slogans about social fascism, etc. In Germany this policy led to the disaster of 1933. In China the hopeless risings, coups, and other mad adventures demoralized and disorganized what had been left of the Chinese labor movement after the 1927 defeat. It was against this background that Maoism made its entry. Although its official historians never admitted, Mao shared Chen Tusi's view that the revolution was in decline and that a political lull was ahead. He rejected the Comintern's ultra-left tactics, beginning with the Canton Rising and ending with the various versions of Lisanism. He held, however, that communism would for a long time to come have no chance at all of re-entrenching itself in the cities and regaining footholds in the working class. So deep, as he saw it, was the moral debacle that followed the surrenders of 1925-27. He did not as yet give up the hope that eventually the urban proletariat would rise again, but he turned his eyes wholly to the peasantry, which had not ceased to struggle and rise up in revolts. What was supposed to be merely the agrarian accompaniment of the revolution in the cities could still be heard, loud and stormy, after the cities had been reduced to silence. Was it possible, Mao wondered, that this was no mere accompaniment? Were perhaps the revolts of the peasants not just the backwash of a receding wave of revolution, but the beginning of another revolution of which rural China would be the main theater? A historian of Maoism may follow the subtle gradations by which Mao arrived at the affirmative answer to this question. Here it will be enough to recall that late in 1927, after his quarrel with the Central Committee, he retired to his native Hunan. Then, after the defeat of the Autumn Harvest Rising, he withdrew at the head of small armed bands into the mountains on the Hunan-Jiangxi border, and from there he urged the Central Committee to remove the party as a whole, its headquarters and cadres, from the cities to the countryside. Official Chinese textbooks now credit Mao with having conceived already then, in 1927-28, the far-sighted strategy that was to bring victory 20 years later. Mao's contemporary writings suggest that at first he thought of the withdrawal into the countryside as a temporary expedient and possibly a gamble, but not as desperate a gamble as were the party's attempts to stir the urban workers back into insurrectionist action. Again and again he argued that the red base he and Chu Tai had formed in the Hunan-Jiangxi mountains was only a temporary refuge for the forces of the revolution. Yet this temporary and provisional expedient did already point to the later Maoist strategy. The party leaders, opportunists and ultra-radicals alike, rejected Mao's advice, holding that it amounted to a break with Leninism. And, indeed, who could imagine Lenin, after the 1905 defeat, withdrawing the party from Petersburg and Moscow and going at the head of small armed bands into the wilderness of the Caucasus, the Urals, or Siberia? The Marxist tradition, in which the idea of the supremacy of the town in modern revolution held a central place, was too deeply ingrained in Russian socialism for any Russian socialist group to embark upon such a venture. Nothing like it occurred even to the social revolutionaries, the descendants of the Narodniks, populists and agrarian socialists. 4. Mao gradually became aware of the implications of his move, and in justifying the withdrawal from the cities, he recognized more and more explicitly the peasantry as the sole active force of the revolution, until, to all intents and purposes, he turned his back upon the urban working class. He treated his new road to socialism as a uniquely Chinese phenomenon, possible only in a country which was neither independent nor ruled by a single imperialist power, which was the object of an intense rivalry between several powers, each with its own zone of influence, and its own warlords, compradors, and puppets. That rivalry, he argued, made it impossible for China to achieve national integration. The Kuomintang would no more be able to achieve it, and to set up a cohesive national administration, than previous governments had been. Chiang Kai-shek could smash with a few military blows the concentrated strength of the urban workers, but would not be able to deal likewise with the peasantry, which, being dispersed, was less vulnerable to the White Terror and could fight on for many years. There should therefore always exist pockets in rural China where forces of the revolution could survive, grow, and gather strength. Renouncing the prospects of a revolutionary revival in the towns, Maoism banked on the permanence of the agrarian revolution. Mao assumed in effect a prolonged stalemate between the defeated urban revolution and a paralytic counter-revolution, a prolonged and unstable equilibrium between the divided imperialisms, the impotent Kuomintang bourgeoisie, and the apathetic working class. The stalemate would allow the peasantry to display its revolutionary energies, and to support the communists and their red bases as scattered islands of a new regime. From this assumption he drew this broad generalization about the international prospects of communism: if the subjective forces of the Chinese Revolution are weak at present, so are also the reactionary ruling classes and their organization. Based on a backward and unstable socio-economic system. In Western Europe, the subjective forces of the revolution may at present be stronger than they are in China, but the revolution cannot immediately assert itself there, because in Europe the forces of the reactionary ruling classes are many times stronger than they are in China. The revolution will undoubtedly rise in China earlier than in Western Europe. Degree. This assumption, so characteristic of Maoism, was not altogether original. It had appeared fleetingly in some of Lenin's, Trotsky's, Zinoviev's, and Stalin's reasonings a decade earlier, but Mao made of it the cornerstone of his strategy, at a time when no other communist school of thought was prepared to do so. In retrospect, the events have amply justified him. Yet if the Maoist orientation and action are judged not retrospectively, but against the background of the late 1920s, and early 1930s, they may not appear as faultless as they seem now. It may be argued that the superiority of the reactionary ruling classes in Western Europe would not have been so overwhelming, and that it might even have crumbled, if the Stalinist and social democratic self-defeating policies had not worked to preserve and enhance it. One may further argue that the Maoist road of the Chinese Revolution was not necessarily predetermined by the objective alignment of social forces, that the Chinese working class might have reasserted itself politically, if the Comintern had not recklessly wasted its strength, and if the Chinese party had not withdrawn from the cities, and so deserted the workers, at a time when they needed its guidance more than ever. As so often in history, so here, the objective and subjective factors are so enmeshed and intertwined after the events that it is impossible to disentangle them and determine their relative importance. It should further be noted that the period of the middle 1930s was extremely critical for Maoism. Its major premises were brought under question and nearly refuted by the events. In the south of China, the area to which Mao's action had been confined till 1935, the peasantry was utterly exhausted by its many revolts and was bitness by Chiang Kai-shek's punitive expeditions. The red bases of Hunan and Jiangxi, having held out against Jiang's extermination drives for 7 years, were succumbing to blockade and attrition. Mao and Chu Tai just managed to lead the partisans out of the trap and start on the long march. They thereby acknowledged their defeat in that part of China which had been the main theater of their operations. It looked as if the counter-revolution, far from being impotent in the countryside, had demonstrated its superior strength there and gained a decisive advantage. In the meantime, the workers of Shanghai and other coastal cities had shown a new defiance and staged turbulent strikes and demonstrations. But, lacking competent leadership and organization, they were defeated. Again and again. Maoist historians cast a veil of obscurity over this Hades of the movement in the cities, precisely because it raises the question whether under effective guidance those struggles of the urban workers might not have opened up a new revolutionary situation much earlier than it could be opened up from the country. Was it inevitable that the interval between the two revolutions should last not 10 years, as it lasted in Russia, but more than twice as long? Or had the Maoist withdrawal from the cities something to do with it? Whatever the truth of the matter, the historian can pose the question but not answer it. Around 1935 the Maoist strategy was on the point of collapse and nearly bankrupt. These facts are recalled here not for any polemical purpose, but because they lead to a conclusion of some topical relevance, namely, that Maoism as a strategy of revolution owes its ultimate vindication to an extraordinarily complex and largely unpredictable set of circumstances. In 1935 Mao fought his way out of the impasse by means of the Long March, which has since become the heroic legend of Chinese communism. Yet at the end of the Long March Mao had under his orders only 1/10 of the force he had before the march, 30,000 out of 300,000 partisans. What saved Maoism and decisively contributed to its further evolution were, apart from its own heroic determination to survive, two major events or series of events: the Japanese invasion, and the deliberate deindustrialization of coastal China by the invader. The Japanese conquest deepened the contradictions between the imperialist powers and interrupted the unification of China under the Kuomintang. It thus reproduced that impotence of the reactionary ruling class on which Mao had based his calculations. Northern China was in turmoil. The Kuomintang was unable to assert its military control there and to prevent the emergence and consolidation of the Northern Soviets. Maoism derived tosh strength from the Kuomintang's inability to secure the nation's independence and form its own revolutionary patriotic, Jacobin, stand against Japan. On the other hand, with the systematic deindustrialization of coastal China, the small working class was removed from the scene. As the Japanese dismantled industrial plant in Shanghai and other cities, the workers dispersed, became déclassés, or vanished in the country. Asterisk from this fact Maoism obtains a kind of retroactive vindication. Henceforth no one could hope for the rise of a new proletarian wave in the cities. The class alignments of 1925 to 27 could not be expected to reappear in the next revolution. The Marxist-Leninist scheme of class struggle became inapplicable to China. The peasants were the sole force struggling to subvert the old order, and Mao's party focused and armed all their rebellious energies. It was now, in the late 1930s, that Mao finally formulated the main and most original principle of his strategy: the Chinese Revolution, unlike other revolutions, will have to be carried from country to town. Asterisk. VV. The relationship between Maoism and Stalinism was ambiguous from the beginning. The motives which had led Maoism to take on the protective color of Stalinist orthodoxy are obvious enough. In the late 1930s, Mao and his colleagues were aware of the weight of the influence on Chinese affairs that Stalin's government would exercise in consequence of the Second World War, and they feared that it might exercise it in a narrowly self-interested manner, and as opportunistically as in 1925 to 27. They knew their dependence on Moscow's goodwill, but they were determined not to allow Moscow to use them as it had used Chen Tuxiu, Li Lisan and Wang Ming. They were determined to prevent another abortion of the Chinese Revolution. They played, therefore, a most intricate game, pursuing their independent strategy without arousing Stalin's suspicion and wrath. Stalin could not have been quite unaware of this. Yet the Comintern neither sanctioned nor condemned Mao's un-Marxist and un-Leninist strategy. Stalin would not have tolerated anything like the Maoist heresy in any communist party situated in a sphere of world politics which he considered more vital to his interests. But Maoism had started upon its career on what looked to Stalin like a remote periphery, and Mao behaved as some heretics had once behaved in the Catholic Church who, defying their local bishop or cardinal, strenuously avoided any collision with the Pope himself. Later, when Maoism moved closer to the center of Chinese politics, it was already too strongly entrenched yet was outwardly still submissive enough for Stalin to conclude that to excommunicate Mao was both risky and unnecessary. He did not himself believe, not even as late as 1948, that Mao's partisans would ever be able to conquer the whole of China and carry out a revolution. He was willing to use them as bargaining counter or instruments of pressure on Chiang Kai-shek, whom he again considered his chief ally in Asia. In the Comintern the years after 1935 were again a period of moderation, the period of popular fronts. Translated into Chinese terms, the policy of the popular fronts meant the re-establishment of the bloc of four classes and of the friendship between the Kuomintang and the Communists, this time in a united front against the Japanese invader. The old, never abandoned and now emphatically reasserted canon about the exclusively bourgeois democratic character of the Chinese Revolution served as the ideological justification of this turn of policy. For Maoism, engaged as it was in civil war against the Kuomintang, the Comintern's new demands were a severe trial. Only the show of an unreserved acceptance of the Comintern's line could prove that Mao and his comrades remained loyal to Stalinism. And so Mao moderated his Yan'an regime and his propaganda and agitation. He appealed to the Kuomintang for OE solidarity and joint action against Japan, and he even used his influence to save Chiang Kai-shek's position and probably even his life during the Xi'an incident. Yet the partisans never yielded to the Kuomintang even as much as an inch of their territory and power. Mao's Stalinism was in some respects, however, more than sheer mimicry. The persistence with which Mao asserted and reasserted the purely bourgeois character of the Chinese Revolution accorded well with the complete identification of his partisans with the peasantry. To the great mass of the peasantry the perspective of an uninterrupted revolution, that is of a revolution solving the land problem, unifying China and also opening up a socialist upheaval, was either meaningless or unacceptable. In the primitive pre-industrial society of Shenzi and Ningxia where Mao's writ ran during the Yan'an period there was no room for the application of any measures of socialism. It was only after its conquest of the cities in 1949 that Maoism was to run up against the inevitability of the uninterrupted revolution and obey its dictates. 6. From the theoretical, Marxist viewpoint, the central question posed by all these events is how a party, which had for so long based itself only on the peasantry and acted without any industrial working class behind it, was after all able to go beyond the bourgeois agrarian upheaval and initiate the socialist phase of the revolution. Communist writers have so far avoided discussing this embarrassing question frankly and have allowed anti-communist Marxologists to monopolize it. Has not the course of events in China, the latter argue, refuted once and for all the Marxist and the Leninist conceptions of revolution and socialism? Surely, the idea of proletarian revolution in China belongs to the sphere of mythology and, surely, the Chinese experience shows up the Russian Revolution too to have been the work of an intelligentsia which used the workers and their allegedly socialist aspirations only as the ideological cover for its own ambitions. All that both these revolutions have achieved, M. Raymond Aron, for instance, is quick to point out, is merely to change the ruling elites, which is nothing surprising to anyone who has learned his lessons from Pareto and Max Weber. Ex-Marxists, who have found out that socialism has been the illusion of our age, and that the reality behind it is state capitalism or bureaucratic collectivism, invoke the old Marxist dictum that socialism will be the work of the workers or it will not be at all. How then, they ask, is it 198 possible to speak of a revolution in which the workers have played no part as being socialist in any degree whatsoever? In a different context and on a different level of argument, the question arises whether the famous Russian controversy between Narodniks and Marxists over the relative roles of workers and peasants in modern revolution has in fact been as irrevocably resolved as it seemed to have been until recently. Even if the Marxists were right in Russia, are the Narodniks not vindicated in China? Has not the peasantry there turned out to be the sole revolutionary class, the decisive agent of socialism? There is no question that the record of Maoism compels a critical review of some habitual Marxist assumptions and reasonings. How this is necessary is illustrated inter alia by the assessment of Maoism which Trotsky gave in the 1930s. Grasping all the intensity of the agrarian upheaval in China, but apprehensive about the Maoist withdrawal from the cities, Trotsky bluntly ruled out the possibility of the consummation of the Chinese Revolution without a previous revival of the revolutionary movement among the urban workers. He feared that Maoism, despite its communist origin, might become so completely assimilated with the peasantry as to become nothing but its mouthpiece, that is, the champion of the small rural proprietors. If this were to happen, Trotsky went on, Mao's partisans, on entering the cities, might clash in hostility with the urban proletariat and become a factor of counter-revolution, especially at that critical turn when the revolution would tend to pass from the bourgeois into the socialist phase. Trotsky's analysis, reverberating unmistakably with decades of the Russian Marxist Narodnik controversy and the experience of the Russian Revolution, was reduced ad absurdum by some of his Chinese disciples who denounced the victory of Maoism in 1949 as a bourgeois and Stalinist counter-revolution. Registered the phenomenon of a modern, socialist revolution of which the working class had not been the chief driving force stood indeed without precedent in history. What drove the Chinese Revolution beyond the bourgeois phase? The peasantry was interested in the redistribution of land, the abolition or reduction of rents and debts, the overthrow of the power of the landlords and money lenders, in a word, in the bourgeois agrarian upheaval. It could not give the revolution a socialist impulse, and the controversy over this among the Chinese Trotskyists, reproduced in several issues of the International Information Bulletin of the Socialist Workers' Party, for the year 1952. Trotsky's articles on the Chinese partisans had appeared in the bulletin opposites it. Maoism, its origins and outlook. 199. Maoism, as long as it operated only within the peasantry, could not have been more reticent than it was about the prospects of socialism in China. This changed with the conquest of the cities and the consolidation of Maoist control over them. Yet the cities were almost dead politically, even if a galvanized remnant of the old labor movement stirred here and there. We are confronted here, on a gigantic scale, with the phenomenon of substitutism, i.e. the action of a party or a group of leaders which represents, or stands in the stead of, an absent, or inactive, social class. The problem is familiar from the history of the Russian Revolution, but it presents itself there in quite a different form. In Russia the working class could not have been more conspicuous as the driving force of the revolution than it was in 1917. Yet, after the Civil War, amid utter economic ruin and industrial collapse, the working class shrank, disintegrated, and dispersed. The Bolshevik Party set itself up as its locum tenens, and as trustee and guardian of the revolution. If the Bolshevik Party assumed this role only some years after the revolution, Maoism assumed it long before the revolution and during it. Liberal or radical Paretists, who see in this yet another proof that all that revolutions achieve is a change of ruling elites, have still to explain why the Maoist elite was determined to give the revolution a socialist turn, instead of keeping it within bourgeois limits. Why has the Chinese communist elite behaved so differently from the Kuomintang elite? This was not even the case of a young elite replacing the old and exhausted one, for the two elites were contemporaries and had entered the political stage almost simultaneously. Why then have Mao and his comrades given China a new social structure, while Chiang Kai-shek and his friends floundered hopelessly in the wreckage of the old? And what accounts for the stern puritanical morale of Maoism and for the notorious corruption of the Kuomintang? The answer surely is that Chiang Kai-shek and his men identified themselves with the classes that had been privileged under the old order, while Mao and his followers embraced the cause of those that had been oppressed under it. Behind the change of the elites there was a profound transformation in the basic social relationships of China, the decline of one social class and the rise of another. No one doubts the extent to which the peasantry backed the partisans during the 22 years of their armed struggle. Without that support they would not have been able to 200. Hold out, to make the long march, to shift their bases from one end of China to the other, to keep the Kuomintang's greatly superior military strength engaged all the time, to repulse so many annihilation drives, etc. So strong and intimate were the ties between the partisans and the peasantry that at one time Mao appeared to many, to friend and foe alike, as the commander of a gigantic jacquerie rather than as the leader of a communist party, as a kind of Chinese Pugachov. Yet this Chinese Pugachov, or Super Pugachov, had gone through the school of Leninism, and no matter how far he deviated from it in his methods of action, some general ideas of Leninism continued to govern his thought and action. He did not abandon his commitment to socialism in favor of the peasant's individualism and attachment to private property, even while he was doing his best to satisfy that individualism and unfold its bourgeois revolutionary potentialities. Nor should it be forgotten that revolutionary agrarian movements have always produced their utopian communists, their Minzers, and Anabaptists. Of the peasant's two souls the expression is Lenin's: one is craving property, while the other dreams of equality and has visions of a rural community, the members of which own and till their land in common. It might be said that Maoism expressed both souls of the peasantry, were it not for the fact that it never was just the peasantry's mouthpiece. It always looked upon itself as the legatee of the defeated revolution of 1925-27, of which the industrial workers had been the driving force. Identifying itself ideally with those workers, Maoism continued to echo their socialist aspirations. Was this arrogance or usurpation? But what else could a party, committed to the communist program, do after the dispersal of the urban working class and the political decline of the cities? In carrying the revolution beyond the bourgeois phase, Maoism was actuated not merely by ideological commitments but also by a vital national interest. It was determined to turn China into an integrated and modern nation. All the experience of the Kuomintang was there to prove that this could not be achieved on the basis of a belated, and largely imported, capitalism, superimposed upon patriarchal landlordism. National ownership of industry, transport, and banking, and a planned economy were the essential preconditions for any even halfway rational deployment of China's resources and for any social advance. To secure these preconditions meant to initiate a socialist revolution. Maoism did precisely that. This is not to say that it has turned China into a socialist society. But it has used every ounce of the nation's energy to set up the socio-economic framework indispensable for socialism and to bring into being, develop, and educate the working class, which alone can make of socialism a reality eventually. International factors, in the first instance the relationship between China and the USSR, co-determined the course and outcome of the revolution. That relationship has been much wider and more positive than the ambiguous connection between Maoism and Stalinism. Whatever the mutations of the political regime of the USSR, the Chinese Revolution could not and cannot be dissociated from the Russian. Although the partisan armies had received little or no Soviet support and had overthrown the rule of the Kuomintang in the teeth of Stalin's obstruction, Red China, born into a world split into two power blocks, and herself confronted by American SE and intervention, could not but align herself with the USSR. In this alignment, Maoism found another potent motive for carrying the revolution beyond the bourgeois phase. The ultimate guarantee of the solidity of that alignment lay in the collectivist structure of the Chinese economy. As I have pointed out elsewhere, the revolutionary hegemony of the Soviet Union achieved what otherwise only Chinese workers could have achieved. It impelled the Chinese Revolution into an anti-bourgeois and socialist direction. With the Chinese proletariat almost dispersed or absent from the political stage, the gravitational pull of the Soviet Union turned Mao's peasant armies into agents of collectivism. No Marxist textbook has or could have foreseen so original a concatenation of national and international factors in a revolution. Maoism does not fit into any preconceived theoretical scheme. Does this refute the Marxist analysis of society and conception of socialism? When Marx and Engels spoke of the working class as the &C of socialism, they obviously presupposed the presence of that Shen. Their idea had no relevance to a pre-industrial society in which such a class did not exist. It should be recalled that they themselves pointed this out more than once, and that they even made allowance for the possibility of a revolution like the Chinese. They did this in the exchanges of views they had with the Russian Narodniks in the 1870s and 1880s. The Narodniks, we know, saw Russia's basic revolutionary force in the peasantry. No industrial working class existed as yet in their country. They hoped that by preserving the 202 Obshchina, the rural commune, the Russia of the mujiks could find her own way to socialism and avoid capitalist development. Marx and Engels did not dismiss these hopes as groundless. On the contrary, in a well-known letter addressed, in 1877, to a Techistvenny Zapiski, Marx declared that Russia had the finest chance ever offered by history to any nation, and that even as a pre-industrial agrarian society she could start moving towards socialism. For this, as he saw it, one condition was necessary, namely, that Western Europe should make its socialist revolution before Russia had succumbed to capitalism. Russia would then be carried forward by the gravitational pull of Europe's advanced, socialist economy. Marx repeated this view some years later in correspondence with Vera Zasulich, pointing out that his scheme of social development and revolution, as he had expounded it in Das Kapital and elsewhere, applied to Western Europe, and that Russia might well evolve in a different manner. Engels expressed himself in the same sense even after Marx's death. All this has been well known and many times discussed. What have been less clear are the implications of this argument. How did Marx view the social alignments in that hypothetical Russian revolution which he anticipated? Evidently he did not see the industrial working class as its chief driving force. The revolution could find its broad base only in the peasantry. Its leaders had to be men like the Narodniks, members of the intelligentsia, who had learned something in the Marxist school of thought, had embraced the socialist ideal and considered themselves to be the trustees of all the oppressed classes of Russian society. The Narodniks were, of course, the classical Zamstideli, the arch-substitutists, who acted as the locum tenens for an absent working class and a passive peasantry and who championed what they considered to be the progressive interest of society at large. Yet Marx and Engels encouraged them to act as they did and trusted that their action would be fruitful for socialism, if revolution in more advanced countries transformed the whole international outlook early enough. True, Marx's prospect failed to materialize in Russia because, as Engels pointed out much later, the Western European working classes had been far too slow in making their revolution, and in the meantime Russia had succumbed to capitalism. But on an incomparably larger scale, and against a changed international background, that prospect has materialized in China. It should be noted that the Maoists were far more broadly based on the peasantry than the Narodniks had ever been, that their socialist consciousness was far more mature, they engaged in mass action not in individual terrorism, and that, on assuming power, they could lean on the advanced Dálekbágyi structure of the USSR, which even as an economic power was rising to the second place in the world. In proclaiming that socialism can be the work only of the workers, Marxism did not preclude the inception of socialist revolution in backward pre-industrial nations. But even in such nations the working class remains the chief agency of socialism, in the sense that fully fledged socialism cannot be attained without industrialization, without the growth of the working class and its self-assertion against any post-revolutionary bureaucracy, in a word, without the real, social, and political ascendancy of the proletariat in post-capitalist society. Vil. The present outlook of Maoism has crystallized in the post-revolutionary period, which has now lasted nearly 15 years. Yet the seizure of power was not for the Chinese Communists the sharp and decisive turn in their fortunes it had been for the Bolsheviks. Even as partisans they had controlled considerable areas of their country, their leaders and cadres had been half rulers and half outlaws before they became full rulers. On gaining national victory, the party had to urbanize itself and to cope with a wide range of new tasks. But it was less dependent on the old bureaucracy for the business of government than the Bolsheviks had been, and therefore probably less exposed to infiltration by socially and ideologically alien elements. It is unfortunately impossible to be categorical or precise about these questions, because the Maoists do not provide us with enough information. Such is their secretiveness that we know incomparably less of the inner story of the 15 years of their rule than we know from official Bolshevik sources about the early periods of the Bolshevik regime. However, a comparison between Maoism and Bolshevism, viewed at approximately the same remove from the moment of the revolution, a comparison between the China of 1963–64 and the Soviet Union of the early 1930s, based only on the 204 generally established facts, brings out certain crucial similarities, differences, and contrasts which may help to illumine the picture of Maoism in the post-revolutionary era. It is a truism that the Chinese Revolution has occurred in a socio-economic environment far more backward than that in which the Russian Revolution took place. China's industrial output had never been more than a fraction of the Russian, an infinitesimal fraction in relation to the needs of a far larger population. The predominance of the archaic rural structure of society was almost absolute. The Chinese peasantry was even more primitive than the Russian. Age-old economic, technological, and social immobility, rigid survivals of tribalism, despotic ancestral cults, immutable millenary religious practices, all these have made the task of the Chinese Revolution even more difficult and have affected Maoism itself, its methods of government and ideological outlook. Bent on industrializing China, Maoism has had to initiate primitive socialist accumulation on a level far lower than that on which accumulation had proceeded in Russia. The extraordinary scarcity of all material and cultural resources has necessitated an unequal distribution of goods, the formation of privileged groups, and the rise of a new bureaucracy. National history, custom, and tradition have been reflected in the patriarchal character of the Maoist government, the hieratic style of its work and propaganda among the masses, and the magic aura surrounding the leader. Like Stalinism, Maoism allows no open discussion or criticism of its high priest and hierarchy. And the fact that for 2 decades before its rise to power the party existed as a military organization has favored the perpetuation of unquestioning discipline and blind obedience in its ranks. Yet encumbered as it is by the greater backwardness of its environment, the Chinese Revolution has in some respects been more advanced than the Russian, if only because it has come after it. It has never experienced the fearful isolation that has cramped and crippled the mind and the character of Bolshevism. It has come into the world as a member of the socialist camp, With the USSR as its powerful, though difficult, ally and protector, even the exposed flanks of Red China have to some extent been protected by the high tide of anti-imperialist revolt that has swept Asia. Despite American hostility. Maoism, its origins and outlook. 205. Mao's China did N6T have to beat off anything like the crusade of 14 nations that the Russia of Lenin and Trotsky had to repulse. In embarking upon primitive socialist accumulation, China was not wholly reduced to her own meager resources. Russian assistance, limited though it was, helped her in priming the pump of industrialization. More important than the material aid was the Russian experience from which the Maoists could learn. China did not have to pay the terrible price for pioneering in socialization and economic planning Russia had to pay. Her industrialization, despite the partial failure of the Great Leap, has proceeded more smoothly than Russia's did in the early stages. And, despite a long sequence of natural calamities and bad harvests, Red China has not known any of the terrible famines that the Soviet Union suffered in 1922 and 1930-32, when millions of people starved to death. Altogether, the social tensions have not been even remotely as acute and dangerous in China as they were in the Soviet Union. Nor has the post-revolutionary conflict between the rulers and the ruled been as severe and tragic. Maoism in power has enjoyed the peasants' confidence to a degree which Bolshevism has never attained. The Chinese have been far less reckless and brutal in collectivizing farming, and for a long time far more successful. Even the rural communes do not seem to have antagonized the peasants as disastrously as Stalin's collectivization did. The fact that the Chinese peasantry has not been driven into a mortal enmity towards the regime has influenced the behavior of all other social classes, of the workers who, recruited from the peasantry, are bound to reflect its moods, and of that section of the intelligentsia which has its roots in the country. Nor has the Chinese bourgeoisie been as hostile and aggressive towards the new regime as the Russian bourgeoisie, feeling the peasantry's backing, was in its time, and Mao's government has treated the bourgeoisie more prudently than Lenin's government did. Wherever possible it has preferred to buy off the entrepreneurs and merchants rather than expropriate them. Yet another vital difference in the starting points of the two revolutions has decisively contributed to making the social climate in China milder than in the Soviet Union. In Russia the civil war was waged after the revolution, whereas in China it had been fought before the revolution. The question whether communists enter the civil war as a ruling party or as a party of opposition is of the greatest consequence for their subsequent relationship with all classes of society. If, like the Bolsheviks, they have to fight as a ruling party, they bear in the 206 eyes of the people the odium for the devastation, suffering and misery caused by civil war as a rule. The people's despair and fury at its conditions of existence turn against those in office. In 1921-22 the Bolsheviks had wielded power for 4 or 5 years, during which they could do nothing to improve the lot of the workers and peasants, or rather to prevent its disastrous worsening. Is this what we have made the revolution for? Is this how the Bolsheviks keep their promises? These were the angry questions the Russian workers and peasants asked. A gulf was already fixed between the rulers and the ruled, a gulf which it was impossible to bridge, a gulf to which the Bolsheviks reacted with a self-defensive, panicky distrust of society and which they perpetuated and deepened thereby until there was no escape from it, a gulf which yawns ominously through the whole record of Stalinism. In China, by contrast, the people blamed Chiang Kai-shek's government for all the devastation and misery of the civil war. The revolution came as the conclusion, not the opening of hostilities. The communists, having seized power, could at once give their undivided attention to their economic problems and sell at once all available resources constructively, so that very soon the lot of the people began to improve and went on improving steadily. And so the first years of the new regime, far from producing disillusionment, were characterized by rising popular confidence. If the Bolsheviks set out to industrialize Russia after they had nearly exhausted their political credit with the masses, the Maoists were able to draw on an immense and growing credit. They had far less need to use coercion in the realization of their ambitious program. They did not have to resort to the inhuman labor discipline Stalin had imposed on the workers, or to send punitive expeditions to the villages in order to extract grain, to deport huge masses of peasants, etc. Lenin once said that it had been easy to make the revolution in Russia, but far more difficult to build socialism, and that in other countries it would be far more difficult to overthrow the bourgeoisie, but much easier to cope with the constructive tasks of the revolution. Lenin made this prediction with an eye to Western Europe, but to some extent it has come true even in China. Although the material resources of the Chinese Revolution were so much poorer than those of the Russian, its moral resources were larger, and in revolution as in war the Napoleonic rule holds good that the moral factors are to the material ones as 3-1. Maoism has therefore been far less hag-ridden with fear than Stalinism was. As in the nation at large, so within the ruling party the tensions have been just explosive and destructive. Here, paradoxically, Maoism benefits from certain advantages of backwardness, whereas Bolshevism suffered from progressiveness. The establishment of the single-party system in China was not the painful and dramatic crisis it had been in Russia, for the Chinese had never had the taste of any genuine multi-party system. No social democratic reformism had struck roots in Chinese soil. Maoism has never had to contend with opponents as influential as those that had defied Bolshevism. There were no Chinese Mensheviks or social revolutionaries. And, lacking Marxist tradition, and the habits of inter-party freedom, the habits of open debate and criticism, Maoism was never in the throes of a deep conflict with its own past, such as troubled the Bolshevik mind when it was being forced into the monolithic mold. Maoism had so much less to suppress both within itself and in society that it did not have to give to suppression the prodigious mental and physical energy the Soviet Communist Party had to waste on that job. Nor has the Chinese party become the ruthless promoter of inequality and the champion of the new privileged strata that the Soviet party became. While in China too, amid all the prevailing want and poverty, the recrudescence of inequality has been inevitable. This has not so far been accompanied by anything like Stalin's frantic and shameless drives against egalitarianism. This circumstance throws fresh light on the problem of inequality in post-revolutionary society. Although general want and poverty are, according to Marx, the objective causes for the recrudescence of inequality, the intensity of the process depends on subjective human factors such as the character of the ruling group, the degree of its identification with the new privileged strata, and the viciousness with which it is prepared to foster inequality. The fact that Mao and his colleagues have spent the best part of their lives in the midst of the poorest peasants, hiding with their partisans in the mountains, sleeping in the caves, fighting, marching and starving together, allowing no estrangement between officers and men, and no differences in food rations and uniforms. This extraordinary experience of the Maoists, an experience of over 2 decades which no other ruling group has gone through, may have left its imprint on their character, and in some measure shielded them from the worst corruption of power. Characteristically, the Chinese party insists that its brain workers and dignitaries should periodically descend from their high offices to the factories and farms and, for about a month every year, perform manual labor, so as not to lose touch with the 208 workers and peasants. Such practices, sometimes bizarre in form, cannot overcome the contradictions between the rulers and the ruled and between brain workers and manual laborers, but they may help to keep these contradictions within certain limits, and they indicate that the egalitarian conscience is not dead even in the ruling group. Against these features which distinguish so favorably Maoism from Stalinism must again and again be set the marks of its backwardness, which make for its affinity with Stalinism. The Chinese party is strictly monolithic, far more so than the Soviet party was now, in the post-Stalin era. Having had no proletarian background and no Marxist, socialist democratic traditions of its own, having formed itself at a time when the whole communist international was already Stalinized, Maoism was born into the monolithic mold and has lived, grown, and moved within it, as the snail moves within its shell. Except for one pregnant moment, Maoism has taken its monolithic outlook for granted. The leader's infallibility is at least as firmly established as it had ever been in Russia, With this difference thought for about 25 years, no one has seriously challenged it. The Chinese party has not so far been involved in any convulsions as terrible as those that once shook the Russian party. It has had its important and obscure purges, one of which resulted in the liquidation of Kaokong in 1955, but the composition of the ruling group has not significantly changed since the days of the revolution or even of the partisan struggle. Mao has not had to contend against a Trotsky, a Bukharin, or a Zinoviev. But neither do the assemblies and conferences of the Chinese party resound with the abject recantations of defeated opposition leaders that had poisoned Soviet political life by 1932, and were to end in the Moscow trials. Vil. The Maoist challenge to Moscow's leadership of the communist movement is partly a result of the consolidation of the Chinese Revolution. The Maoists would not have risked such a conflict with Moscow earlier, and consolidation and growth of strength and confidence are expressed in a shift to the left and in the Maoist ambition to speak for all militant elements of world communism. Here again, a comparison with the Soviet Union of the early 1930s lights up a signal contrast. The prevalent mood in the Soviet Union at that time was one of moral political weariness and of a reaction against the high revolutionary internationalism of the Lenin era. In the name of socialism in one country, the ruling group had initiated ideological retrenchment, and was seeking to disengage the Soviet Union from its commitment to world revolution. Stalin was already then practicing the revisionism of which Mao is now accusing Khrushchev. The fact that at a comparable remove from the revolution, opportunism and national egoism ruled supreme in the Soviet Party, while the Chinese Party proclaims its radicalism and proletarian internationalism, is of immense historic and political consequence. We have seen how the radical Leninist streak, now submerged and now coming into the open, has run through every phase of Maoism, and in decisive moments did not allow it to yield or surrender, under Stalinist pressure, to the Kuomintang and abandon the road of revolution. It is this, the Leninist element in Maoism, that is at present asserting itself more strongly than ever, and that seems to be transforming the outlook of Chinese communism. If Bolshevism after some years in power was morally declining, its enthusiasm withering and its ideas shrinking, Maoism is on the ascendant, discovers new horizons, and enlarges its ideas. The debacle of official Bolshevism was epitomized in its vehement and venomous repudiations of permanent revolution, which was not merely Trotskyist doctrine but the principle Lenin's party had deeply and passionately held in the heroic years of the Russian Revolution. Maoism, on the contrary, had long and stubbornly dwelt on the limited bourgeois character of the Chinese Revolution, yet now it is solemnly reclaiming that permanent revolution is the principle by which it IEEE the raison d'être of international communism. At the close of his career, Mao appears once again as the Trotskyist Jourdain he was at its beginning. Like Trotsky, though without the latter's deep roots in classical Marxism, yet with all the resources of power at his command, Mao is calling communism to return to its source, to the irreconcilable class struggle Marx and Lenin had preached. Asterisk. Part of the explanation for this shift to the left lies certainly in the West's attitude towards Red China, in the continuing American blockade, in the fact that so many Western powers have not yet recognized the Peking government and have barred it from the United Nations. It should not be forgotten that the first great wave of opportunism came over the Soviet Union in the years 1923–25, after Clemenceau's and Churchill's cordon sanitaire had broken down, when most Western governments established diplomatic relations with Moscow. Beneficial in so many respects, this change in the international position of the Soviet Union had its adverse side. It encouraged the ruling group to practice realpolitik, to take distance from the oppressed classes and peoples of the world, and to make far-reaching concessions of principle to the class enemy. China's ruling group has not so far been exposed to such temptations. On the contrary, events constantly remind it that to capitalism's unabated hostility it has one reply only: its own unflagging defiance. Moreover, the ideological retreat of the Russian party was also a reaction to the many defeats the revolution had suffered in Germany and in the rest of Europe between 1918 and 1923, whereas Maoist militancy has drawn nourishment from the upsurge of anti-imperialism in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Here too, China is benefiting from the fact that she has not been the first country to embark upon the road of socialism. It is proving much more difficult for the capitalist world to tame or intimidate the second major revolution of the century than it was to contain, if not to roll back, the first. Of course, grave dangers may be lurking behind the breach between the USSR and China. How will Maoism react to isolation from the Soviet Union, if the isolation deepens and hardens? How will it be affected by a relative stabilization of the national bourgeois regimes in most of the formerly colonial or semi-colonial countries? And if some Western powers were to try to play China against the Soviet Union, instead of playing the latter against the former, might Peking not succumb to the temptation? The prospect would be clearer than it is if one could be sure that Maoist professions of revolutionary internationalism are not merely a response to Western provocation but genuinely reflect the frame of mind of the Chinese masses. But we know far too little, next to nothing, about that aspect of the problem. The credibility and effectiveness of the Chinese call for a restoration of Leninist principles would be far greater if Maoism did not seek to rescue the myths of Stalinism from the discredit into which they have deservedly fallen. In this, Maoism is acting from motives of self-defense. It has to vindicate its own record, its past commitments, and its rigidly ritualistic party canon which, like every such canon, requires that its formalistic continuity be unalterably upheld. The TN leader could not have been in error on any of those past occasions on which he extolled the Stalinist orthodoxy. The obeisance Mao paid to the living Stalin compels him to pay obeisance to the dead as well. Maoism's affinity with Stalinism lies precisely in this need to uphold established cults and magic rituals designed to impress primitive and illiterate minds. No doubt, one day China will grow out of these crude forms of ritualistic ideology, as the USSR is growing out of them, but that day has not yet come. Meanwhile, the conservative element in Maoism, its backwardness, is at loggerheads with its dynamic element, especially with its revolutionary internationalism. In a similar way, elements of backwardness and advance, differently assorted, have been in constant collision with the Soviet Party after Stalin. The prospects would be infinitely more hopeful if it were possible for the diverse progressive urges in the two great communist parties to release themselves from the grip of retrograde factors, and to coalesce if the Chinese fervor for Leninist internationalism went hand in hand with a zeal for a genuine and consistent de-Stalinization of the communist movement. The impossibility of disentangling progress from backwardness is the price that not only Russia and China but mankind as a whole is paying for the confinement of the revolution to the underdeveloped countries. But this is the way history has tumbled, and now nothing can force its pace. Written for Socialist Register and Les Temps Modernes in 1964. 2. The meaning of the cultural revolution. As one reads the endless official reports on the cultural upsurge of the masses in China, one may be tempted to dismiss the upsurge as mere farce. The Chinese news agency has described in detail the fierce offensive against all old ideas, culture, customs, and habits that the Red Guards have taken to the streets of Peking since 20 August. But one looks in vain for any positive indication of what the new ideas and the new cultural customs and habits are. In the name of Marxism and Leninism, the Guards have denounced Balzac and Hugo and Shakespeare and Beethoven as the products of a rotting bourgeois culture. They have defaced Pushkin's monument in Shanghai, and have vented their contempt for the works of Chernyshevsky and Herzen, the progenitors of the Russian revolutionary movement of the 19th century. Peking's cultural revolutionaries are, it seems, quite unaware of Marx's lifelong admiration for Shakespeare and Balzac, of Lenin's love for Pushkin and Beethoven, and of the decisive formative influence Chernyshevsky had on him. We have been presented with long lists of streets and boulevards, the names of which have been changed from Eternal Peace to The East is Red, from Well of the Prince's Palace to Prevent Revisionism, from Glorious Square to Support Vietnam, from Eastern Peace Market to East Wind Market, and so on. We are asked to rejoice in the fact that certain culinary establishments are no longer called Collection of All Virtues, but Peking Roast Duck restaurants. Hosts of hairdressers and dressmakers have pledged themselves to produce no more outlandish haircuts, such as ducktail and spiraling hairdos, or cowboy jeans and tight-fitting shirts and blouses and various kinds of Hong Kong-style skirts. We should not regard these matters lightly, the Chinese agency says gravely, because it is here that the gates to capitalist restoration are wide open. And so the floodwaters of the great proletarian cultural revolution are now pounding the various positions of the bourgeoisie, and the hotbeds of capitalism are no longer safe. Poor Karl Marx, he had no inkling when, exactly 100 years ago, he was preparing Das Kapital for publication, where the real hotbeds of capitalism were to be found. Undertaking the all too easy task of ridiculing these exploits, the Soviet press has recalled Proletkult, the Russian literary and artistic movement of the early years of the revolution, which renounced bourgeois art and promised to create a proletarian culture. A writer in Pravda has described Trotsky as Proletkult's inspirer, which should presumably be enough to make both Proletkult and the Chinese Cultural Revolution stink in our nostrils. The truth is that, by comparison with the Chinese riot, the Russian Proletkult, which was akin to Western European futurism fashionable in those years, was a harmless and almost civilized affair. It was supported by Bukharin and Lunacharsky, while Trotsky, far from being its inspirer, wrote a whole book, Literature and Revolution, to repudiate it. Pravda could have found a much closer parallel to the 80s events in China nearer home, in the Stalinist Russia of the late 1940s and early 1950s, when Stalin, Stanov, and Pravda's writers disciplined the intelligentsia, thundered against kowtowing to CNF Western culture, banned the works of Einstein, Freud, Mendel, and many other foreign thinkers, and indulged in a hysterical glorification of all things Russian. Pravda avoids drawing this parallel because even now Russia has not yet fully lived down the legacy of that period, and quite a few of the old bans are still in force. But the parallel is close enough, and it suggests that the Maoist cultural revolution is a deadly serious affair. Its effect on China's SPU arts and intellectual life is, in all probability, going to be just as devastating and lasting as were the consequences of the Stalinist witch hunts. Its political meaning is also comparable. Like Russia in the last years of the Stalin era, so China has now plunged headlong into a self-centered isolationism and nationalism and has shut herself off more hermetically than ever from the outside world and from all its political and cultural influences. To achieve this, Mao had to organize a pogrom of the intelligentsia, whom he suspects of being vulnerable to foreign, especially revisionist, influences. This is not to say that these developments foreshadow any new aggressive phase in China's foreign policy. True, in the last few weeks Peking and Shanghai have resounded with the cry for the liberation of Taiwan, Macau, and Hong Kong. But nothing indicates that Marshal Lin Piao is preparing marching orders for the liberation campaigns. China is even less ready than Russia was in Stalin's last years for warlike adventures or territorial expansion. Her ideological aggressiveness and her shrill contempt for Western cultural values are manifestations, no doubt morbid ones, of her intensely self-defensive mood and of her sense of complete isolation in a hostile world. Since Khrushchev withdrew, with utter ruthlessness, all economic assistance from China in 1960, that sense of isolation has grown heavy and stifling, and recent setbacks, above all, the collapse of the pro-Maoist Communist Party of Indonesia and the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of its members, have aggravated it to the utmost. Despite Peking's thunderous rhetoric about the rising wave of revolution in Asia, the Indonesian events mark a deep ebb of revolution and a disaster for Maoism. The defection of the Japanese and North Korean Communist parties from the Chinese camp has been a further setback, and the ambiguous behavior of the North Vietnamese, who are more than ever dependent on Soviet aid, is causing much discomfiture to Peking. Above all, the Chinese believe that the threat of an American attack on their country is real and imminent. One way of getting out of the isolation would be to try a reconciliation with Khrushchev's successors in Moscow. But since Mao Zedong has ruled this out, he has had to contrive some extra powerful booster to national morale. 3 nuclear explosions have demonstrated China's new technological capacity to the nation and the world. But this feat is not enough to dispel the malaise, for many Chinese realize at what cost, and under what backbreaking handicaps their nation has entered, so belatedly, the nuclear arms race. Nor does Maoism offer China the pride in rapid industrialization that Stalinism once offered Russia. China's tempo of economic advance is relatively much slower. The Cultural Revolution and an almost mystical apotheosis of Maoism are to provide a moral compensation for all these disappointments and frustrations. It can be said in advance that the positive effect of this booster on national morale will be short-lived, but that its adverse consequences will be felt for a long time. The party, its hierarchy, and cadres, will not recover quickly from the humiliation the Red Guards have inflicted on them. The old intelligentsia, the scientists and the technicians, but more especially the writers and artists who have been associated with the broad current of the Maoist revolution and have directed the educational work among the masses since 1949, are being degraded and ousted from their posts. They have not been destroyed as their counterparts were in Stalinist Russia, but they are forced to make room for a new intelligentsia, who have been brought up since the revolution and have far fewer ties either with their own native cultural tradition or with the cultural heritage of the outside world. To some extent this change of generations is inevitable in any post-revolutionary society. But when it is carried out as abruptly, brutally, and demagogically as it was in Stalinist Russia and as it is now being effected in China, the change entails an irreparable loss to the nation, a gap in its cultural consciousness, a lowering of standards, and an impoverishment of spiritual life. Post-Stalinist Russia is still smarting under the loss, and so will Maoist and post-Maoist Guinea. What next? It remains to be seen whether Mao will proceed to stage purges in the Stalinist style or whether he will find a less bloody way of dealing with inter-party opposition. Beyond these immediate issues there loom the great unresolved problems of China's domestic and foreign policy. Dwelling on the dangers threatening the country from American imperialism, Mao is calling the nation to live the kind of Spartan life that the Red partisans led during the heroic Yan'an period. The newspapers have been quoting this sentence from the diary of a Maoist hero: "I must remember Mao's teachings to set high political standards and our living standards, and the mass of citizens are called upon to follow this maxim." The phrase sums up a program. Yet it must be doubted whether the sentiment it expresses, admirable though it may be in heroic individuals, can animate an entire people and form the basis of national policy. It is an unwitting confession of how little Maoism has now to offer China. The countryside, though it no longer suffers from the mass famines so familiar under the Ancien regime, remains backward, primitive and terribly overpopulated, and in the cities industrialization is not progressing fast enough to absorb the surplus. This year a new 5-year plan, the first since the economic disasters of 1958–62, has been put into effect, but its industrial targets have not been announced. Is it because production statistics are considered a military secret? Or because the targets are not inspiring enough for the propagandists to make much play of them? Either explanation may be correct. In any case, the government is now placing far less emphasis on rapid economic development than it did in the 1950s and than Soviet governments have always done. Mao has not shown anything like Stalin's ruthlessness in harnessing the nation's manpower and resources and in forcing town and country alike to make the most terrible sacrifices for the sake of industrialization. Ever since the partial failure of the Great Leap, he has kept to the view that China's industrialization and modernization is a matter of many, many decades and that it may take the lifetime of 2, 3, or 4 generations to accomplish it. He does not call China to catch up with and to surpass the capitalist West, and he does not seek to dazzle the people with promises of quick successes. Realistic though this view may be basically, it holds out no solution to China's pressing needs, no method for dealing with her overpopulation, her open or latent unemployment, with the social antagonisms between town and country, and with the demands that the international situation places on China's economy. Behind the call for high political standards and low living standards is the desire and the hope of settling within the framework of what the Russians once described as war communism on the basis, that is, of a roughly egalitarian distribution of extremely scarce economic resources. In Russia this policy led to an impasse and had to be abandoned only 3 years after the October Revolution. China is practicing it true, with considerable modifications 17 years after her revolution. But for how long can party and government adhere to a policy which does not offer the people sufficient material incentives for development and growth? Yet, if China's rulers do not wish to embark upon forcible industrialization, they cannot initiate a more ambitious policy as long as China remains SY and is denied foreign, especially Soviet, aid. But this only means that all issues of policy, domestic as well as foreign, lead back to the same question, namely, whether China has any possibility of emerging from isolation in the foreseeable future. Has she any chance of resuming contact with the Soviet Union and regaining massive Soviet aid? We have seen that Mao has answered these questions in the negative, and that he urges China to go it alone economically, politically, and militarily. This, however, implies virtual reconciliation with China's economic and social backwardness. It is difficult to believe that political stabilization can be achieved on such a basis. Pressures for a more ambitious policy of economic progress will make themselves felt. A few years ago such pressures caused Mao and his colleagues to undertake the Great Leap. But the resulting disappointments brought about a pause in industrialization. Yet the slow tempo creates its own insurmountable difficulties and is certain to revive the demand for a more forward policy. Mao may then call for another Great Leap, or else his entire approach will have to come under review. The fact is that, as a dynamic revolutionary power, China cannot go it alone, and that the Maoist policy, committed as it if to isolationism, will be unable to cope with the crises to come. Whether these will develop in Mao's lifetime or later must, of course, remain an open question. In the inter-party struggle, the problem of the succession to Mao has loomed large behind the more topical issues. For the time being, Lin Piao has emerged as the winner, and Liu Shaoqi looks like the loser. But it is perhaps too early to bake the outcome of the struggle for granted. For one thing, in post-revolutionary regimes the heir apparent appointed in the dictator's lifetime is not necessarily the man who exercises power after the dictator's death. Stalin's heir apparent Malenkov did not succeed in imposing himself upon his colleagues. He had to yield his place to Khrushchev, who had been well below him in the party hierarchy. But even if Lin Piao were to be Mao's real successor, it does not follow that he will necessarily continue the policy with which he is at present associated. When the call for a revision and change of Mao's policy, the call now so furiously silenced, rises again, Lin Piao may well have to yield to it. Mao's departure, even though he may still be able to swim the Yangtze, is not likely to be far off, and with it some reaction against the latest version of Maoism is all too likely to set in. The reaction need not be as severe as was the Russian revulsion against Stalinism, for Mao's place in the history of the Chinese Revolution, whose presiding spirit he has been for so long, is much more solidly assured than Stalin's place was in Moscow's mausoleum. Mao has been in one person China's Lenin and Stalin. But at the end of his road he shows more and more similarity to Stalin, and the latest orgy of his personality cult underlines the likeness. It is as if he had outlived himself and is already a relic of the past, an embodiment of China's backwardness and isolationism. When the reaction against these aspects of Maoism comes, his successor or successors, whoever they are, will have to act as its mouthpieces and agents. A long China cannot keep up her ideological aspirations and go it alone. September 21, 1966. The roots of bureaucracy. We're presently witnessing an obvious tendency toward the increasing bureaucratization of contemporary societies, regardless of their social and political structure. Theorists in the West assure us that the momentum of bureaucratization is such that we now live under a managerial system which has, somewhat imperceptibly, come to replace capitalism. On the other hand, we have the huge, stupendous growth of bureaucracy in the post-capitalist societies of the Soviet bloc and especially in the Soviet Union. We are justified in attempting to elaborate some theory of bureaucracy which would be more comprehensive and more satisfying than the fashionable and to a large degree meaningless cliché, managerial society. It is not, however, easy to come to grips with the problem of bureaucracy, In essence it one's as old as civilization, although the intensity with which it has appeared before men's eyes has varied greatly over the ages. If I have undertaken to discuss the roots of bureaucracy, it is because I believe we have to dig down to find the deepest causes, the initial ones of bureaucracy, in order to see how and why this evil of human civilization has grown to such terrifying proportions. In the problems of bureaucracy, to which the problem of the state is roughly parallel, is focused much of that relationship between man and society, between man and man, which it is now fashionable to describe as alienation. The term itself suggests the rule of the bureau, of the apparatus, of something impersonal and hostile, which has assumed life and reigns over human beings. In common parlance we also speak about the lifeless bureaucrats, about the men who form that mechanism. The human beings that administer the state look as if they were lifeless, as if they were mere cogs in the machine. In other words, we are confronted here in the most condensed, the most intensive, form with the reification of relationships between human beings, and with the appearance of life in mechanisms, in things. This, of course, immediately brings to mind the great complex of fetishism. Over the whole area of our market economy man seems to be at the mercy of things, of commodities, even of currencies. Human and social relationships become objectified, whereas objects seem to assume the force and power of living elements. The parallel between man's alienation from the state and the representatives of the state, the bureaucracy on the one hand, and between his alienation from the products of his own economy, on the other, is obviously very close, and the two kinds of alienation are similarly interrelated. There is a great difficulty in getting beyond mere appearance to the very core of the relationship between state and society, between the apparatus that administers the life of a community and the community itself. The difficulty consists in this: the appearance is not only appearance, it is also part of a reality. The fetishism of the state and of the commodity is, so to say, built into the very mechanism in which state and market function. Society is at one and the same time estranged from the state and inseparable from it. The state is the incubus that oppresses society, it is also society's protective angel without which it cannot live. Here again some of the most hidden and complex aspects of the relationship between society and state are clearly and strikingly reflected in our everyday language. When we say they, meaning the bureaucrats who rule us, they who impose taxes, they who wage wars, who do all sorts of things which involve the life of all of us, we express a feeling of impotence, of estrangement from the state, but we are also conscious that without the state there would be no social life, no social development, no history. The difficulty in sifting appearance from reality consists in this: the bureaucracy performs certain functions which are obviously necessary and indispensable for the life of society, yet it also performs functions which might theoretically be described as superfluous. The contradictory aspects of bureaucracy have, of course, led to two contradictory and extremely opposed philosophical, historical, and sociological views of the problem. Apart from many intermediate shadings, traditionally there have been two basic approaches to the question of bureaucracy and the state: the bureaucratic and the anarchist approach. The Webbs like to divide people into those who evaluated political problems from the bureaucratic or from the anarchist point of view. This is, of course, a simplification, but nevertheless there is something to be said for it. The bureaucratic approach has had its great philosophers, its great prophets, and its celebrated sociologists. Probably the greatest philosophical apologist of the state was Hegel, just as the greatest sociological apologist of the state was Max Weber. There is no doubt that old Prussia was the paradise of the bureaucracy, and it is therefore not a matter of accident that the greatest apologists for the state and for bureaucracy have come from Prussia. Hegel and Weber, each in a different way and on different levels of theoretical thinking, are in fact, the metaphysicians of the Prussian bureaucracy, who generalize from the Prussian bureaucratic experience and project that experience onto the stage of world history. It is therefore necessary to keep in mind the basic tenets of this school of thought. To Hegel, the state and bureaucracy were both the reflection and the reality of the moral idea, that is the reflection and the reality of supreme reason, the reality of the Weltgeist, the manifestation of God in history. Max Weber, who is in a way a descendant, a grandson of Hegel, puts the same idea into his typically Prussian catalogue of the virtues of bureaucracy. Precision, speed, unambiguity, knowledge of the files, continuity, discretion, unity, strict subordination, reduction of friction and, of material and personal costs. These are raised to the optimum point in the strictly bureaucratic administration, and especially in its monocratic form. Bureaucracy also stands under the principle of CIRAAC studio. Only in Prussia perhaps could these words have been written. Of course, this catalogue of virtues can very easily be invalidated by a parallel catalogue of vices. But to me it is all the more surprising and in a sense disquieting that Max Weber has recently become the intellectual light of so much of Western sociology. I am quite prepared to admit that probably no one has studied the minutiae of EEEEAE as deeply as Max Weber. He catalogued the various peculiarities of its development, but failed to understand its full meaning. We all know the characteristic feature of that old German so-called historical school which could produce volumes and volumes on any particular industry, including the bureaucratic industry, but could rarely see the mainstream of its development. At the other extreme we have the anarchist view of bureaucracy and the state, with its most eminent representatives Proudhon, Bakunin, and Kropotkin, and with the various derivative liberal and anarcho-liberal trends. This school, when you look at it closely, represents the intellectual revolt of the old France of the bourgeoisie and of the old Russia of the moujiks against their bureaucracies. This school of thought specializes, of course, in composing catalogues of bureaucratic vices. The state and the bureaucracy are seen as the permanent usurpers of history. They are seen as the very embodiment of all evil in human society, evil which cannot be eradicated other than by the abolition of the state and the destruction of all bureaucracy. When Kropotkin wanted to show the depths of the moral deterioration of the French Revolution, he described how Robespierre, Danton, the Jacobins, and the Hebertists changed from revolutionaries to statesmen. In his eyes, what vitiated the revolution was bureaucracy and the state. In fact, each of these approaches contains an element of truth, because in practice the state and bureaucracy have been the Jekyll and Hyde of human civilization. They have indeed represented the virtues and the vices of human society and its historical development in a manner more concentrated, more intense, than any other institution. State and bureaucracy focus in themselves this characteristic duality of our civilization. Every progress achieved so far has been accompanied by retrogression. Every advance that man made has been bought at the price of regress. Every unfolding of human creative energy has been paid for with the crippling or stunting of some other creative energy. This duality has been, I think, very striking in the development of bureaucracy throughout all social and political regimes. The roots of bureaucracy are indeed as old as our civilization, or even older, for they are buried on the border between the primitive communistic tribe and civilized society. It is there that we find the remotest and yet the very distinct ancestry of the massive, elaborate bureaucratic machines of our age. They show themselves at the moment when the primitive community divides into the leaders and the led, the organizers and the organized, into the managers and the managed. When the tribe or the clan begins to learn that division of labor increases man's power over nature and his capacity to satisfy his needs, then we see the first germs of bureaucracy, which become also the very earliest signs of a class society. The division of labor begins with the process of production, with which the first hierarchy of functions appears as well. It is here that we have the first glimpse of the gulf that was about to open in the course of civilization between mental work and manual labor. The organizer of the first primitive process in cattle breeding might have been the forebear of the mandarin, of the Egyptian priest, or the modern capitalist bureaucrat. The primary division between brain and brawn brought with it the other manifold subdivisions, between agriculture and fishing, or trade and craft and seafaring. The division of society into classes followed in the course of fundamental processes of historic development. In society, from the threshold of civilization to our own day, the basic division has been not so much that between the administrator and the worker as between the owner and the man without property, and this division absorbed into itself or overshadowed the former one. Administration has been, in most epochs, subordinated to the owners of property, to the possessing need. One could broadly categorize the various types of relationship between bureaucracy and basic social classes. The first one might call the Egyptian-Chinese type, then comes the Roman-Byzantine type with its derivative of an ecclesiastic hierarchy in the Roman Church, then we have the Western European capitalist type of bureaucracy, the fourth would be the post-capitalist type. In the first three types, and especially in the feudal and slave-owning societies, the administrator is completely subordinate to the man of property, so much so that in Athens, in Rome, and in Egypt it is usually from among the slaves that the bureaucracy is recruited. In Athens the first police force was recruited from among the slaves because it was considered beneath the dignity of the free man to deprive another free man of freedom. What a sound instinct! Here you have the almost naively striking expression of the dependence of the bureaucrat on the property owner. It is the slave who is the bureaucrat because bureaucracy is the slave of the possessing class. In the feudal order the bureaucracy is more or less eclipsed because the administrators either come directly from the feudal class or are absorbed into it. Social hierarchy is, so to say, built into the feudal order, and there is no need for a special hierarchical machine to manage public affairs and to discipline the propertyless masses. Later, much later, bureaucracy acquires a far more respectable status and its agents become free wage earners of the owners of 226. Property. Then it pretends to rise above the possessing classes, and indeed above all social classes. And in some respects and up to a point bureaucracy indeed acquires that supreme status. The great separation between the state machine and other classes comes, of course, in capitalism, where the earlier clearly marked hierarchy and dependence of man on man, so characteristic of feudal society, no longer exists. All men are equal. The bourgeois fiction of equality before the law makes it essential that there should function an apparatus of power, a state machine strictly hierarchically organized. Like the hierarchy of economic power on the market, so the bureaucracy, as a political hierarchy, should see to it that society does not take the appearance of equality at its face value. There grows a hierarchy of orders, interests, administrative levels, which perpetuates the fiction of equality and yet enforces inequality. What characterizes the bureaucracy at this stage? The hierarchical structure in the first instance, then the seemingly self-sufficient character of the apparatus of power enclosed within itself. The tremendous scope, scale, and complexity of our social life make the management of society more and more difficult. We are told, only skilled experts who possess the secrets of administration are able to perform the organizing functions. No, indeed, we have not moved a very long way from the time when the Egyptian priest guarded the secrets which gave him power and made society believe that only he, the divinely inspired, could manage human affairs. Self-important bureaucracy, with its mystifying lingo which is to a very large extent a matter of its social prestige, is, after all, not far removed from the Egyptian priesthood with its magic secrets. Many decades before Max Weber, who was himself so impressed by the esoteric wisdom of bureaucracy, Engels saw things in a more realistic and objective light. The state is by no means a power imposed upon society from the outside. It is rather the product of society at a certain stage of development. It is an admission that this society has involved itself in an insoluble contradiction with itself, that it has become split in irreconcilable contradictions. In degree order that, classes with conflicting economic interests should not consume themselves and society in fruitless struggle, a power had become necessary which seemingly stands above society, a power that has to keep down the conflict and keep it within bounds of order. That power emerging from society but rising above it and becoming more and more estranged from it is the state. Even the welfare state, we may add, is, after all, only the power that emerges from society but rises above it and becomes more and more estranged from it. Engels goes on to say, in possession of public force and power and of the right to levy taxes, the officials now stand as the organs of society above society. He describes the process of the emergence of the state from the primitive community. They are not content with the free and willing respect that had been paid to the organs of a tribal community. Holders of a power estranged from society, they must be placed in a position of respect by means of special laws which assure them the enjoyment of a special halo and immunity. However, there is no use being angry with bureaucracy. Its strength is only a reflection of society's weakness, which lies in its division between the vast majority of manual workers and a small minority which specializes in brain work. The intellectual pauperism from which no nation has yet emancipated itself lies at the roots of bureaucracy. Other fungi have grown over those roots, but the roots themselves have persisted in capitalism and welfare capitalism, and they still survive in post-capitalist society. 2. I would like to redefine my subject of discussion more rigorously. I am not interested in the general history of bureaucracy, nor do I wish to give a description of the varieties and modalities of bureaucratic rule that can be found in history. The focus of my subject is this: what are the factors that have historically been responsible for the political supremacy of bureaucracy over society? Why has no revolution so far succeeded in breaking down and destroying the might of the bureaucracy? On the morrow of every revolution, regardless of its character and the ancien regime which preceded it, a state machine rises like a phoenix from the ashes. I have already pointed out with some overemphasis the perennial factor working in favor of bureaucracy, namely, the division of labor between intellectual work and manual labor, the gulf between the organizers and the organized. This contradistinction is in fact the prologue to class society, but in further social development that prologue seems to become submerged by the more fundamental division between the slave owner and the slave, between the serf owner and the serf, between the man of property and the propertyless. The real, massive ascendancy of bureaucracy as a distinct and separate social group came only with the development of capitalism, and it did so for a variety of reasons, economic and political. What favored the spread of a modern bureaucracy was market economy, money economy, and the continuous and deepening division of labor of which capitalism is itself a product. As long as the servant of the state was a tax farmer, or a feudal lord, or an auxiliary of a feudal lord, the bureaucrat was not yet a bureaucrat. The tax collector of the 16th, 17th, or even 18th century was something of an entrepreneur, or else he was a servant of the feudal lord or part of his retinue. The formation of bureaucracy into a distinct group was made possible only by the spread and the universalization of a money economy, in which every state employee was paid his salary in money. The growth of bureaucracy was further stimulated by the breaking down of feudal particularisms and the formation of a market on a national scale. Only on the basis of a national market could national bureaucracy make its appearance. By themselves these general economic causes of the growth of bureaucracy explain only how bureaucracy in its modern form became possible, but they do not yet explain why it is grown and why, in some definite historical circumstances, it has acquired its political importance. To these questions one should seek an answer not in economic changes but in socio-political structures. We have, for instance, the striking fact that England, the country of classical capitalism, was the least bureaucratic of all capitalist countries, while Germany, until the last quarter of the 19th century an underdeveloped capitalist country, was the most bureaucratic. France, which held a middle position, also held a middle position with regard to the strength of bureaucracy in political life. If one were to seek certain general rules about the rise and decline of bureaucratic influence in capitalist society, one would find that the political power of bureaucracy under capitalism has always been in inverse proportion to the maturity, the vigor, the capacity for self-government of the strata constituting a given bourgeois society. On the other hand, when in highly developed bourgeois societies class struggles have reached something like a deadlock, when contending classes have lain as if prostrate after a series of exhausting social and political struggles, then political leadership has almost automatically passed into the hands of a bureaucracy. In such situations the bureaucracy establishes itself not only as the apparatus regulating the functioning of the state, but also as the power imposing its political will on society. The real irradle of motor bureaucracy was, of course, the pre-bourgeois absolute monarchy, the Tudors in England, the Bourbons in France, or the Hohenzollerns in Prussia, the monarchy which was maintaining the uncertain equilibrium between a decaying feudalism and a rising capitalism. Feudalism was already too weak to continue its supremacy, capitalism was still too weak to establish its domination, a stasis in the class struggle, as it were, between feudalism and capitalism left room for the absolute monarchy to act as the umpire between the two opposed camps. The stronger the opposition of feudal and bourgeois interests and the more paralyzing the stalemate between them, the more scope was there for the bureaucracy of the absolutist monarchy to play the role of arbiter. Incidentally, England was the least bureaucratic of all capitalist countries precisely because very early in history that feudal-capitalist antagonism was resolved through the gradual merger of the feudal and capitalist interests. The feudal bourgeois notables, the great aristocratic English families, assumed some of the functions which on the continent were exercised by the bureaucracy. In a sense, the bourgeois feudal elements administered the state without becoming a distinct and separate social group. The United States too was in its history free from that strife between feudal and capitalist interests, the strife which acted as a stimulus for the growth of bureaucracy. Quite a different and peculiar case was Russia, where the great power of state and bureaucracy resulted from the underdevelopment of both social strata. Neither the feudal element nor the bourgeoisie was ever strong enough to manage the affairs of the state. It was the state that, like the demiurge, created social classes, now inducing their formation and expansion, now impeding and thwarting it. In this way its bureaucracy became not only an umpire but also the manipulator of all social classes. If I were to give a subtitle to my further remarks, it would probably be a very general one, on bureaucracy and revolution. At this point I would like to clear up some confusion, and I fear that in the process I shall clash with several established historical schools. As this is unavoidable in any case, I shall pose the problem in its most 230. Vocative form. Was the English Puritan Revolution a bourgeois revolution? Was the Great French Revolution bourgeois in character? At the head of the insurgent battalions there were no bankers, merchants, or ship owners. The sans-culottes, the plebs, the urban paupers, the lower middle classes were in the forefront of the battle. What did they achieve? Under the leadership of gentlemen farmers and lawyers, doctors, and journalists they abolished the absolutist monarchy and its courtier bureaucracy and swept away feudal institutions which were hindering the development of bourgeois property relations. The bourgeoisie had become strong enough and sufficiently aware of its power to aspire to political self-determination. It no longer wanted to accept the tutelage and the dictates of the absolutist monarchy, to rule society by itself. In the process of the revolution the bourgeoisie was driven forward by the plebeian masses. On the morrow the bourgeoisie attempted by itself to rule society at large. The process of the revolution with all its crises and antagonisms, with the constant shifting of power from the more conservative to the more radical and even to the utopian wings of the revolutionary camp, all these led to a new political stalemate between the classes which came freshly to the fore, the plebeian masses, the sans-culottes. The urban poor were tired and weary, but the victorious, now dominant class the bourgeoisie was also internally divided, fragmented, exhausted from the revolutionary struggle and incapable of governing society. Hence in the aftermath of bourgeois revolution we see the rise of a new bureaucracy somewhat different in character. We see a military dictatorship, which outwardly looks almost like the continuation of the pre-revolutionary absolutist monarchy or an even worse version of it. The pre-revolutionary regime had its centralized state machine, a national bureaucracy. The revolution's first demand was the decentralization of this machine. Yet this centralization had not been due to the evil intentions of the ruler but reflected the evolution of the economy, which required a national market, and this national soil, as it were, fed the bourgeois forces which in their turn produced the revolution. The aftermath of the revolution brings renewed centralization. This was so under Cromwell, this occurred under Napoleon. The process of centralization and national unification and the rise of a new bureaucracy was so striking that Tocqueville, for example, saw in it nothing more than the continuation of pre-revolutionary tradition. He argued that what the French Revolution had done was merely to carry further the work of the Ancien Regime, and had the revolution not taken place, this trend would have gone on all the same. This was the argument of a man who had his eyes fixed on the political aspect of the development only and completely ignored its social background and deeper social motives. He saw the shape but not the texture or the color of society. Political centralization after the revolution went on as before, yet the character of the bureaucracy had completely and thoroughly changed. Instead of the courtier bureaucracy of the Ancien Regime, France now had the bourgeois bureaucracy recruited from different layers of society. The bourgeois bureaucracy established under Napoleon survived the Restoration and in the end found its proper head in the citizen king. The next phase, in which we see another rise of bureaucracy and a further promotion of centralist tendencies of the state, occurs again at a moment of political paralysis of all social classes. In 1848 we find a situation in which different class interests are again opposed to each other. This time it is the interest of the established bourgeoisie and that of the nascent proletariat. To this day nobody has described this process of mutual exhaustion better than Karl Marx, especially in the 18th Brumaire. He also demonstrated how the prostration of all social classes secured the triumph of the bureaucracy, or rather of its military arm, under Napoleon III. At the time this situation was characteristic not only of France but also of Germany, especially Prussia, where the deadlock was many-sided, between the feudal and semi-feudal interests of the Junkers, the bourgeoisie, and the new working class. And in Prussia it resulted in the rule and dictatorship of Bismarck's bureaucracy. I am well aware that because of the vastness of the subject I can do no more than indicate schematically the main points which need further elaboration. I am not going to deal with reformist socialism and bureaucracy. This, important though it is politically, especially in England, presents from my viewpoint very little theoretical interest. To my mind it is part of capitalism and bureaucracy. The bulk of the economy remains capitalist whether or not 15% or 25% of industry is nationalized, and here quantity also determines quality. The whole background of social life, one's capitalist, and ordinary capitalist bureaucratic spirit permeates all industries including the nationalized ones. We hear a lot of grumbling about bureaucracy on the railways or in the coal mines. During a recent strike, television presented some railwaymen who said things are not as they used to be. Before the nationalization of the railways they could maintain a more personal relationship between themselves and their employers, while now the industry has become so anonymous that there is no personal link between the workingmen and this vast nationwide enterprise. This personal link was, of course, a figment of the workers' imagination. What sort of personal relationship was there between the footplate man and the boss of one or another of the 5 huge railway companies? But politically it was important that this railwayman really believed that in the Southern or Midland or Western Railway he was more than a mere cog. Now he feels alienated from that vast entity into which he has to fit, for which he has to go to work. And this alienation, as the word goes, is a problem common to all sorts of bureaucratic establishments, no matter what their broader social framework, and would be the last to deny that there are certain common features between bureaucracy in a capitalist and in a post-capitalist system. Now I would like to touch upon those special problems of bureaucracy which arise in a fully nationalized industry after a socialist revolution, under a regime which, at least in its beginnings, is in every sense a proletarian dictatorship. Clearly this problem affects 1/3 of the world, so it is weighty enough, and I am pretty sure that it will acquire validity over at least 2/3 of the world. As I looked through some of the classical Marxist writings on bureaucracy, I was struck by how relatively optimistically, one might say light-mindedly, Marxists approached the problem. To give one illustration, Karl Koski once asked himself whether a socialist society would be threatened with all the evils of bureaucracy. In the Foundations of Christianity, Koski discusses the process by which the Christian Church was transformed from a faith of the oppressed into a great imperial bureaucratic machine. This transformation was possible against the background of a society which lived on slave labor. The slaves of antiquity, devoid of any active class consciousness, were liable to become slaves of bureaucracy. but the modern working class, mature enough to overthrow capitalism, maintained Koski, will not allow a bureaucracy to rise on its back. This was not just an individual judgment of Koski, who for over 2 decades between Engels's death and the outbreak of the First World War was the most authoritative spokesman of Marxism and was considered a real successor to Marx and Engels. Engels himself in various of his works, and especially in Anti-Düring, committed himself to a view which almost ruled out in advance the possibility of bureaucracy under socialism. The proletariat seizes the state power and turns the means of production in the first instance into state property. But in doing this it puts an end to itself as proletariat, puts an end to all class antagonism. Former societies needed the state as an organization of the exploiting class, as a means of holding down the class that was exploited: slaves, serfs, or wage laborers. In socialism the state, when it becomes truly representative of society as a whole, makes itself superfluous. And with the full development of modern productive forces, with the abundance and superabundance of goods, there will be no need to keep men and labor in subjection. I think it was Trotsky who used a very plain but very telling metaphor: the policeman can use his baton either for regulating traffic or for dispersing a demonstration of strikers or unemployed. In this one sentence is summed up the classical distinction between administration of things and administration of men. If you assume a society in which there is no class supremacy, the bureaucracy's role is reduced to the administration of things, of the objective social and productive process. We are not concerned with the elimination of all administrative functions. This would be absurd in an industrially developing society, but we are concerned with reducing the policeman's baton to its proper role, that of disentangling traffic jams. When Marx and Engels analyzed the experience of the Commune of Paris, they were as if half aware of the bureaucratic threat that could arise in the future, and they were at great pains to underline the measures that the Commune had taken in order to guarantee a socialist revolution against the recrudescence of bureaucratic power. The Commune, they stressed, had taken a number of precautions which should serve as a pattern and a model for future socialist transformations. It was elected in a general election and established an elected civil service, every member of which could be deposed at any time at the demand of the electorate. The Commune abolished the standing army and replaced it with the people at arms. It also established the principle that no civil servant could earn more than the ordinary worker. This should have abolished all privileges of a bureaucratic group. The Commune, in other words, set the example of a state which was to begin to wither away as soon as it was established. It was no matter of chance that only a few weeks before the October Revolution Lenin made a special effort to restore this, by then almost forgotten, part of Marxist teaching about state, socialism, and bureaucracy. He expressed his idea of the state in that famous aphorism: under socialism or even in a proletarian dictatorship, the administration should become so simplified that every cook should be able to manage state affairs. In the light of all the painful experience of the last decades, it is all too easy to see how very greatly the representatives of classical Marxism had indeed underrated the problems of bureaucracy. There were, I think, 2 reasons for this. The original founders of the Marxist school never really attempted to portray in advance the society which would emerge after a socialist revolution. They analyzed revolution, so to say, in the abstract, in the same way as Marx in Das Kapital analyzed not any specific capitalist system but capitalism in the abstract, capitalism per se. They also thought of socialist or post-capitalist society in the abstract. If one considers that they carried out their analysis so many decades before the actual attempt, their method was scientifically justified. The other reason was, so to say, psychological. They could not help viewing the future revolution on the pattern of the greatest revolutionary experience in their own life, that of 1848. They saw it as a chain reaction of revolutions, as 1848 was, spreading at least over Europe more or less simultaneously. An all-European socialist revolution would have been relatively secure immediately after its victory. With very little social tension there would be hardly any civil strife, and without wars of intervention there would have been no need for the recreation of standing armies, which are an important factor of bureaucratization. They also assumed that, at least in the highly industrialized societies of Western Europe, the very considerable proportion of the working class would provide a strong mass support for the revolutionary government. They also trusted that once the majority of the European working class had been won for the revolution, it would, as it were, remain faithful and loyal to the revolution. This, together with the existing democratic tradition, would form the strongest he against any revival of the bureaucratic machine or the formation of a new one. When we are tempted to reproach the founders of the Marxist school with underrating the dangers of bureaucracy in post-revolutionary society, we must bear in mind the fact that they took the abundance of goods as the first condition, a precondition, and raison d'être of a socialist revolution. The possibility of securing for every member of society, through social production, an existence not only fully sufficient materially, but guaranteeing to all the free development and exercise of their physical and mental faculties. This possibility is now, here. It is here, stated Engels emphatically in his Anti-Düring nearly 90 years ago. It is only in the middle of this century that we are faced with attempts at socialist revolution in countries where a desperately insufficient production makes any decent material existence quite impossible. There was undoubtedly in Marxism an ambivalent attitude toward the state. On the one hand, and this Marxism had in common with anarchism, there was a conviction based on a deeply realistic historical analysis that all revolutions are frustrated as long as they do not do away with the state. On the other, there was the conviction that the socialist revolution has need of a state for its own purpose, to break the old capitalist system and create its own state machine that would exercise the proletarian dictatorship. But that machine, for the first time in history, would represent the interests not of a privileged minority but of the mass of toilers, the real producers of society's wealth. The first act by virtue of which the state really constitutes itself the representative of the whole of society, the taking possession of the means of production, is at the same time its last independent act as a state. Registered from then on, the interference of the state in social relations becomes superfluous. The government of persons is replaced by the administration of things. The political function of the state disappears. What remains is the direction of the process of production. The state will not be abolished overnight, as the anarchists imagine. It will slowly wither away. The reality of the Russian Revolution was in every single respect a negation of the assumptions made by classical Marxism. It was certainly not revolution in the abstract, it was real enough. It did not follow the 1848 pattern. It was not an all-European upheaval. It remained isolated in one country. It occurred in a nation where the proletariat was a tiny minority, and even that minority disintegrated as a class in the process of World War, Revolution, and Civil War. It was also an extremely backward, poverty-stricken country where the problem immediately facing the revolutionary government was not to build socialism, but to create the first preconditions for any modern civilized life. All this resulted in at least two political developments which inevitably led to the recrudescence of bureaucracy. I have described how the political supremacy of bureaucracy always followed a stalemate in the class struggle, an exhaustion of all social classes in the process of political and social struggles. Now, mutatis mutandis, after the Russian Revolution we see the same situation again. In the early 1920s all classes of Russian society, workers, peasants, bourgeoisie, landlords, aristocracy, are either destroyed or completely exhausted politically, morally, intellectually. After all the trials of a decade filled with World War, Revolution, civil wars, and industrial devastation, no social class once capable of asserting itself. What is left is only the machine of the Bolshevik Party, which establishes its bureaucratic supremacy over society as a whole. However, cela change tcen est plus la même chose, society as a whole has undergone a fundamental change. The old cleavage between the men of property and the propertyless masses gives place to another division, different in character but no less noxious and corrosive, the division between the rulers and the ruled. Moreover, after the revolution it acquires a far greater force than it had before, when it was as if submerged by class distinction and class discord. What again comes to the fore is the perennial, the oldest split between the organizers and the organized. The prelude to class society appears now as the epilogue. Far from withering away, the post-revolutionary state gathers into its hands such power as it has never had before. For the first time in history, bureaucracy seems omnipotent and omnipresent. If under the capitalist system we saw that the power of bureaucracy always found a counterweight in the power of the propertied classes, here we see no such restrictions and no such limitations. The bureaucracy is the manager of the totality of the nation's resources. More than ever before it appears independent, separated, indeed set high above society. Far from withering away, the state reaches its apotheosis, which takes the form of an almost permanent orgy of bureaucratic violence over all classes of society. Let us now go back for a moment to the Marxist analysis of the revolution in the abstract and see where and in what way the picture of post-revolutionary Russia contradicts this analysis. Had there been a European revolution in which proletarian majorities would have won swiftly and decisively and spared their nations all the political and social turmoil and slaughter of wars and civil strife, then very probably we would not have seen that fear-inspiring apotheosis of the Russian state. Nevertheless, the problem would still have existed to a degree which classical Marxism did not envisage. To put it in a nutshell, it seems that the thinkers and theoreticians of the 19th century tended to telescope certain stages of future development from capitalism to socialism. What classical Marxism telescoped was the revolution and socialism as it were, whereas between the revolution and socialism there was bound to lie a terribly long and complicated period of transition. Even under the best of circumstances, that period would have been characterized by an inevitable tension between the bureaucrat and the worker. Some prognosis of that tension can be found in Marxism, however. In his famous critique of the Gotha program, Marx speaks about two phases of communism, the lower and the higher. In the lower one there still prevails the narrow horizon of bourgeois right, with its inequality and its wide differentials in individual incomes. Obvious, if in socialism, according to Marx, society still needs to secure the full development of its productive forces until a real economy of wealth and abundance is created, then it has to reward skill and offer incentives. The bureaucrat is in a sense the skilled worker, and there is no doubt that he will place himself on the privileged side of the scale. The division between the organizers and the organized acquires more and not less importance precisely because the means of production having passed from private to public ownership, the responsibility for running the national economy rests now with the organizers. The new society has not developed on its own foundations, but is emerging from capitalism and still bears all the birthmarks of capitalism. It is not yet ripe, economically, morally and intellectually, to reward everyone according to his needs, and as long as everyone has to be paid according to his work, the bureaucracy will remain the privileged group. No matter what the pseudo-Marxist terminology of present Russian leaders, Russian society today is still far from socialist. It has only made the very first step on the road of transition from capitalism towards socialism. The tension between the bureaucrat and the workers is rooted in the cleavage between brain work and manual labor. It simply was not true that today's Russian state can be run by any cook. In practice it proved impossible to establish and maintain the principle proclaimed by the Commune of Paris, which served Marx as the guarantee against the rise of bureaucracy, the principle extolled again by Lenin on the eve of October, according to which the functionary should not earn more than the ordinary worker's wage. This principle implied a truly egalitarian society, and here is part of an important contradiction in the thought of Marx and his disciples. Evidently the argument that no civil servant, no matter how high his function, must earn more than an ordinary worker cannot be reconciled with the other argument that in the lower phase of socialism, which still bears the stamp of bourgeois right, it would be utopian to expect equality of distribution. In the post-revolutionary Russian state, with its poverty and its inadequate development of the productive forces, the scramble for rewards was bound to be fierce and ferocious, and because the abolition of capitalism was inspired by a longing for egalitarianism, the inequality was even more revolting and shocking. It was also inequality on an abysmally low level of existence, or rather inequality below subsistence level. Part of the Marxist theory of the withering away of the state was based upon a certain balance between its centralist organization and the universal element of decentralization. The socialist state was to have been a state of elected communes, local municipal councils, local governments, and self-governments, yet they were all to form a unified organism which was necessary for a rational nationalized mode of production. This concept also presupposed a highly developed society, which Russia at the beginning of the century was not. In the development of post-capitalist society, the tension between the worker and the bureaucrat may yet prove to have some essentially creative elements. The worker and the bureaucrat are equally necessary for the transition towards socialism. As long as the working masses are still in that stage of intellectual pauperism left over from the centuries of oppression and illiteracy, the management of the foiacs of production must fall to the civil servant. On the other end, in a truly post-capitalist society, the workers constitute the basic social class, and socialism is the workers' and not the bureaucrats' business. The dynamic balance between the official and the worker will find its counterpart in the authority of the state and the control of the masses over the state. This will also assure the necessary equilibrium between the principle of centralization and that of decentralization. What we have seen in Russia has been an utter disequilibrium. As a result of objective historic circumstances and subjective interests, the balance swung heavily, decisively, absolutely to the side of bureaucracy. What we saw in Hungary and Poland in 1956 was a reaction against the Stalinist state of affairs, with an extreme swing of the pendulum in the other direction and the workers' passionate, violent, unreasoning revolt against bureaucratic despotism, a revolt no doubt justified by all their experiences and grievances, but one which in its consequences led again to a grave and dangerous imbalance. How then do I see the prospects, and how do I see the further development of that tension between the worker and the bureaucrat? I have indicated before all the faults of the historical perspective in the classical Marxist view of bureaucracy. Yet, I think that fundamentally this view helps to cope with the problem of bureaucracy far better than any other I have encountered. The question we have to answer is this: has the bureaucracy, whose apotheosis after the revolution I have described, constituted itself into a new class? Can it perpetuate itself as a privileged minority? Does it perpetuate social inequality? I would like first of all to point out one very obvious and important but often forgotten fact: all the inequality that exists in today's Russia between the worker and the bureaucrat is an inequality of consumption. This is undoubtedly very important, irritating and painful, yet with all the privileges which the bureaucrat defends brutally and stubbornly, he lacks the essential privilege of owning the means of production. Officialdom still dominates society and lords over it, yet it lacks the cohesion and unity which would make of it a separate class in the Marxist sense of the word. The bureaucrats enjoy power and some measure of prosperity, yet they cannot bequeath their prosperity and wealth to their children. They cannot accumulate capital, or invest it for the benefit of their descendants. They cannot perpetuate themselves or their kith and kin. It is true that Soviet bureaucracy dominates society economically, politically, and culturally more obviously and to a greater extent than does any modern possessing class. Yet it is also more vulnerable. Not only can it not perpetuate itself, but it has been unable even to secure for itself the continuity of its own position, the continuity of management. Under Stalin, one leading group of bureaucrats after another was beheaded, one leading group of managers of industry after another was purged. Then came 240. Khrushchev, who dispersed the most powerful center of that bureaucracy. All the economic ministries in the capital were scattered over wide and far-flung Russia. Until this day the Soviet bureaucracy has not managed to acquire that social, economic, and psychological identity of its own which would allow us to describe it as a new class. It has been something like a huge amoeba covering post-revolutionary society with itself. It is an amoeba because it lacks a social backbone of its own. It is not a formed entity, not a historic force that comes on the scene in the way in which, for example, the old bourgeoisie came forth after the French Revolution. Soviet bureaucracy is also hamstrung by a deep inherent contradiction. It rules as a result of the abolition of property in industry and finance, as a result of the workers' victory over the ancien regime, and it has to pay homage to that victory. It has to acknowledge ever anew that it manages industry and finance on behalf of the nation, on behalf of the workers. Privileged as they are, Soviet managers have to be on their guard. As more and more workers receive more and more education, the moment may easily come when the manager's skill, honesty, and competence will come under close scrutiny. They thrive on the apathy of the workers who so far have allowed them to run the state on their behalf. But this is a precarious position, an incomparably less stable foundation than that sanctified by tradition, property, and law. The conflict between the liberating origin of linea tense power and the use it makes of that power generates constant tension between us, the workers, and them, the managerial and political hierarchy. There is another reason for the lack of stability and cohesion in the managerial group, no matter how privileged it has become. Over the last decade, Soviet bureaucracy has all the time been in a process of stupendous expansion. Millions of people from the working class, and to a lesser extent the peasantry, have been recruited into its ranks. This continuous expansion militates against the crystallization of the bureaucracy not only into a class but even into a cohesive social group. I know, of course, that once a man from the lower classes is made to share in the privileges of the hierarchy, he himself becomes a bureaucrat. This may be so in individual cases and in abstract theory, but on the whole the betrayal of one's class does not work so very simply. When the son of a miner or a worker becomes an engineer or an administrator of a factory, he does not on the morrow become completely insensitive to what goes on in his former environment, in the working class. All surveys show convincingly that in no other country is there such a rapid movement from manual to non-manual, and to what the Americans like to call elite strata, as there is in the Soviet Union. We must also realize that the privileges of the great majority of bureaucrats are very, very paltry. The Russian administrator has the standard of living of our lower middle classes. Even the luxuries of the small minority high on top of the pyramid are not especially enviable, particularly if one considers the risks, and we all know how terrible these were under Stalin. Of course, even small privileges contribute to the tension between the worker and the bureaucrat, but we should not mistake that tension for a class antagonism, in spite of some similarities which on closer examination would prove to be only very superficial. What we observe here is rather the hostility between members of the same class, between, say, a skilled miner and an unskilled one, between an engine driver and a less expert railwayman. This hostility and this tension contain in themselves a tremendous political antagonism, but one that cannot be resolved by any upheaval in society. It can be resolved only by the growth which would make it possible to satisfy the minimum needs of the broadest masses of the population, and more than that. It can be resolved by the spread and improvement of education, because it is the material and intellectual wealth of society that leads to the softening of the age-old division now renewed and sharpened between the organizers and the organized. When the organized is no longer the dumb and dull and helpless muzhik, when the cook is no longer the old scullion, then indeed the gulf between the bureaucrat and the worker can disappear. What will remain will be the division of functions, not of social status. The old Marxist prospect of the withering away of the state may seem odd to us. But let us not play with old formulas which were part of an idiom to which we are not accustomed. What Marx really meant was that the state should divest itself of its oppressive political functions. And I think this will become possible only in a society based on nationalized means of production, free from slumps and booms, free from speculations and speculators, free from the uncontrollable forces of the whimsical market of private economy. In a society in which all the miracles of science and technology are turned to peaceful and productive uses, in which automation in industry is not hampered by fear of investment on the one side and fear of redundancy on the other, in which working hours are short and leisure civilized, and last but not least in a society free from cults, dogmatism, and orthodoxies in such a 242 society, the antagonism between brain work and manual labor really will wither away, and so will the division between the organizers and the organized. Then, and only then, will it be seen that if bureaucracy was a faint prelude to class society, bureaucracy will mark the fierce, ferocious epilogue to class society no more than an epilogue. 2. Marxism in our time. What is our time, for a Marxist and for Marxism? Is it a time of the ascendancy of Marxism? Or is it an epoch of the decline of Marxism? In those countries where Marxism is supposed to be the ruling doctrine, the official answer is, of course, that this is a time of an unseen, unheard of, unprecedented flourishing of Marxism in theory and practice. Here in the West, especially in our Anglo-Saxon countries, we are told day in and day out, goodness knows from how many academic and other platforms, that Marxism has not only declined, but that it is irrelevant, that it bears no relation to the problems of our epoch. From my native country, Poland, comes the voice of a brilliant young philosopher, but a very poor political analyst, who tells us that it is no use discussing Marxism any longer because Marxism has already gained and won and conquered the human mind to such an extent that it has become an organic part of contemporary thinking, and this marks the end of every great doctrine when it becomes the organic part of human thought. This young philosopher lived in Warsaw after an epoch of Stalinism during which he and people of his generation identified Stalinism and Marxism. They knew Marxism only in the Stalinist form, they were served, and they accepted, the official Marxism as Stalinism and Stalinism as Marxism. Now they want to get away from Stalinism, and this, as they equated Stalinism and Marxism, means for them getting away from Marxism. It seems to me such is the bitter dialectic of our epoch that Marxism is in ascendancy and decline simultaneously. Since the beginning of my adult life, I have been a Marxist, and I have never for a moment hesitated in my, I wouldn't say allegiance because it is not a matter of allegiance, I have never hesitated in my Marxist Weltanschauung. Cannot think otherwise than in Marxist terms. Kill me, I cannot do it. 244. I may try, I just cannot. Marxism has become part of my existence. As someone who owes this kind of allegiance to Marxism, I would not like to give any of you, who perhaps only recently made an acquaintance with Marxism, the idea that this is one of the golden ages of the Marxist doctrine. Far from it. This is a time of triumph for Marxism only insofar as this is an age of revolution which develops an anti-capitalist, a post-capitalist kind of society. But it is also an age of degeneration of Marxist thought and of intellectual decline for the labor movement at large. Precisely because the modern labor movement cannot find another creative and fertile doctrine except Marxism, all its intellectual standards decline catastrophically whenever and wherever Marxism becomes ossified. We have an expansion in Marxist practice and a shrinkage and degeneration in Marxist thinking. There is a deep divorce between the practical experience of revolution and the whole Marxist theoretical framework within which that revolution has been anticipated, within which that revolution has been justified on philosophical, historical, economic, political, cultural and, if you like, even moral grounds. For a student of philosophical or historical schools of thought and doctrines, this is not an extraordinary statement. Almost every really great school of thought that dominated the thinking of generations has known its periods of great expansion, awakening, and development, and its periods of decadence and decline. In this respect, the only other school of thought that comes to mind is the Aristotelian school, which dominated human intellect for nearly 2,000 years. In the course of this series of epochs, it went through various phases of great creative interpretation and creative influence, and also epochs in which it found its triumph in a parody of itself, in the medieval Catholic scholasticism which, although based on Aristotelian philosophy, yet bore to it the same relationship which caricature bears to the real picture of an original object. This did not deprive the Aristotelian philosophy even in the Middle Ages of its raison d'être, of its creative phases, of its stimuli which still existed and later helped medieval Europe to overcome the scholastical degeneration. In this respect, Marxism stands comparison with the Aristotelian philosophy as a way of thinking that epitomizes and generalizes the entire social, economic and, to some extent, political experience of the world under capitalism and exposes the inner dynamism of the historical development which is bound to lead from capitalism to some other post-capitalist order, which we have agreed to describe as a socialist order. Marxism is not an intellectual, aesthetic, or philosophical fashion. No matter what the fashionmongers imagine. After having been infatuated with it for a season or two, they may come and declare it to be obsolete. Marxism is a way of thinking, a generalization growing out of an immense historical development, and as long as this historic phase in which we live has not been left far behind us, the doctrine may prove to be mistaken on points of detail or secondary points, but in one's essence nothing has deprived it, and nothing looks like depriving it, of its relevance, validity, and importance for the future. But at the same time we face the problem of degeneration in Marxist thinking. We have the divorce between theory and practice, and we have a striking, and to a Marxist often humiliating, contrast between what I call classical Marxism, that is, the body of thought developed by Marx, Engels, their contemporaries, and after them by Koski, Plekhanov, Lenin, Trotsky, Rosa Luxemburg, and the vulgar Marxism, the pseudo-Marxism of the different varieties of European social democrats, reformists, Stalinists, Kruskevites, and their like. I am speaking here of a contrast between classical and vulgar Marxism by analogy with the way in which Marx spoke of classical and vulgar economy. You know that for Marx the term classical economy has a different meaning from the one it has in your textbooks at the London School of Economics. According to your textbooks, if I am not mistaken, classical economy lasts till the very end of the 19th and even the beginning of the 20th century, and Marshall still forms part of it. To Karl Marx, classical economy ends practically with Ricardo. All that follows is for him the vulgar economy of the bourgeoisie, and for a very good reason. In the classical economy, in Ricardo and Smith, Marx saw the main elements out of which he developed his own theory, especially the labor theory of value based on human labor. This was the revolutionary element in the classical bourgeois political economy. For this revolutionary element the bourgeoisie had no use later on and, moreover, was afraid of it. Post-Ricardian economy wants to deduce value from anything but human labor. Later schools of vulgar economy deduce value from circulation, still later they dismiss value altogether and build a political economy without it, because in this concept of value created by human labor was the seed of revolution. And bourgeois thinking instinctively shied away from it and, frightened, turned in other directions. Classical economy, the economic thinking of Smith and Ricardo, Marx argued, had given an insight into the working of capitalism that far exceeded the practical needs of the bourgeois class. Ricardo, who understood capitalism so well, knew that the bourgeoisie 246 neither wished nor could afford to understand the workings of its own system, and therefore it had to get away from the labor theory of value in the first instance. This phenomenon of a doctrine and a theory that offers insights into the working of a social system far greater than are the practical requirements of the social class for which it is meant, this phenomenon occurs sometimes in history. And it has occurred with Marxism. The body of classical Marxist thought gave such profound, immense, and till this day unexhausted and unexplored riches of insight that the working class for its practical purposes seemed not to need it. This idea was once expressed by Rosa Luxemburg on the occasion of the publication of the second and third volumes of Das Kapital. She said that the social democratic movement in Europe had conducted its propaganda and agitation in the course of 30 or 40 years on the basis of the first volume of Das Kapital, that is, on the basis of a fragment of Marx's economic theory. Then came the second and the third volume, and the huge structure was rising before our eyes, yet the labor movement did not at all feel that it conducted its practical and theoretical activities on an inadequate foundation. The intellectual content even of the fragment of Das Kapital was quite sufficient to keep, so to speak, the labor movement intellectually alive for decades. Marx created a body of thought far in excess of the narrow practical needs of the movement for which he intended his work to serve. Then came the vulgarization, which was in sharp contrast with the original doctrine, but which reflected the requirements of the labor movements and of the revolutions that were coming under the banner of Marxism. I hope I have explained in what sense I am using these terms classical Marxism and vulgar Marxism. I shall perhaps sum up my argument. Classical Marxism offers deep historical insight into the working of capitalism, into the prospects of the dissolution of capitalism, and, broader still, into man's relation under the system with other men, with his own class and other classes, his relationship and attitude towards the technology of his age. Vulgar Marxism does not need all that insight, it is fully satisfied with a small fraction of all that understanding, which it places in the severely limited orbit of practical needs, practical strivings, and practical tasks. We have here a historic hypertrophy of practice and an atrophy of thought. Practice is sometimes the enemy of thought, thought sometimes suffers from contact with practice. Here is the dialectic in its crystalline form: practice cannot in the long run ignore theory. Nevertheless, there are temporary, transitional periods of unresolved tensions between theory and practice, and it is in such a period that we have been living these fast decades. These unresolved tensions affect the whole structure of Marxist thinking. The intellectual structure of classical Marxism was entirely based on the assumption of a socialist revolution taking place within a mature capitalist bourgeois society. The vulgar Marxism of our decade, by which I mean the Marxism that comes from the post-capitalist third of the world, is all based on the fact of revolutions occurring within underdeveloped societies. Now, how does this affect the structure of Marxist thinking? If a revolution takes place in a mature bourgeois society, then what you assume, and what would in fact follow, would be first of all a material abundance, an abundance of goods, an abundance of means of production, and a relative or even an absolute abundance of means of consumption, an abundance of human skills, of tools, of abilities, of experience, of resources, an abundance of culture. If the revolution takes place in underdeveloped societies, then the basic, decisive, and determining factor with which we have to reckon is the all-round scarcity of means of production, of means of consumption, of skills, of abilities, of schools, scarcity of civilization and of culture, scarcity all round, only an abundance or superabundance of revolutionary elements. If abundance is the basis of the whole structure of the revolution and of Marxist thinking within the revolution, political freedom is the element which you take for granted. Even if a revolution entails civil war and the dictatorship of the proletariat, this is viewed as a transitory phase during which the dictatorship is to serve only one immediate purpose, the breaking down of the armed resistance of the former possessing classes, but not the disciplining or forcing into obedience of the working classes or even the middle classes of one's own society. Marx rarely, if ever, spoke about political freedom. Precisely because he assumed a revolution amid the abundance of a mature bourgeois society, he took political freedom so much for granted that he discussed only, so to say, the higher mathematics of freedom, those refinements of genuine freedom of which only a socialist society would be capable. On the basis of material scarcity there is no freedom. On the basis of abundance there would be no need for those sharply differentiated wage scales, the Stakhanovism, and other systems and tricks which result in the recreation of revolting inequality. This inequality was inevitable in a society like the Russian one where, as I used to argue in the old days, 50 million pairs of shoes were produced for a nation of 160 million. This was my old argument and old simile, but it is still valid, in one way or another, if applied to nearly all the underdeveloped countries. In a revolution which takes its course amid abundance and growing equality, there is no question of constraint in cultural matters. This coercion and constraint is presented to you as proletarian culture, as socialist culture. The constraint in the cultural field comes from nothing else but political fear. Censors confiscate poems because they are afraid that these poems may become political manifestos. When the censors call for novels of social realism, they wage a preventive battle against political manifestos of opposition or revolution that might come not even from the poets, but from very prosaic young men somewhere in factories or universities. Intel to be constraint goes together with political constraint, with scarcity, with inequality. Classical Marxism never envisaged socialism in a single country in Germany, or in France, or in England. Its ground was always Europe, at the very least Western Europe. It was always international in its outlook, yet in the actual historical development it became national in scale. It became national in the sense in which Stalin viewed socialism within the framework of a single state on the basis of economic and even cultural self-sufficiency. This was a profoundly anti-Marxist view. It was the reflection of the false consciousness of the isolated Russian Revolution. Till this day in the East, in Russia, in China, among the foremost Stalinists in Eastern Europe, the whole way of thinking is still shaped by the tradition, the implications and the tacit assumptions of socialism in a single country, that is, of autarkic socialism, closed within itself. And of course, while you have scarcity, lack of freedom, inequality, cultural and intellectual coercion, and socialism on a national scale, and consequently the renewed struggle of nationalisms, you have a new form of what it is now fashionable to call, after the youthful Marx, alienation. This is a new form of alienation. Man feels estranged from society, he is the plaything of what looks to him like blind social forces. He himself forms part of these forces, which are of his own making, and yet he is their victim. To Marx, this estrangement from society was unthinkable in a socialist society, a society which was to grow out of the rich soil of mature capitalist civilization. However, contrary to Marx's expectations, the revolution did not develop in Europe, in countries which we like to describe as the cradles of Western civilization, but in the East. And there, in the East, Marx's socialism could indeed be built. How could it, if no material basis for it existed? People there could only engage in the primitive accumulation of the preconditions of socialism, and this they are achieving. Let us not be supercilious, and let us not belittle their immense task and their immense achievement. They are learning with long delays what the Western European nations learned generations earlier, but they also know what the nations of the West never learned. The development is combined. There is backwardness and there is tremendous progress. It would be unrealistic ever to leave out of sight any one of these contradictory aspects of history. Why then did the West not respond to the appeal of Marxism? I will be asked. The revolution first won in a country which was underdeveloped and backward in 1917, underdeveloped and backward in its whole social structure despite its brilliant and fantastic artistic literary achievement. The whole edifice was going up on unstable, unhealthy foundations, and in the process became as so to these existing conditions of backwardness. Full of gallows humor, old communists used to sigh, couldn't God help us to start the upheaval in a more suitable country than this Russia of the mujiks? No, God did not help. Hence, the incongruity of a modern revolution against the background of murky age-old traditions. This had its negative impact on the possibilities of revolutionary development in the West. The revolution in a pre-capitalist society, which nevertheless aspired to achieve socialism, produced a hybrid which in many respects looked like a parody of socialism. The Western worker, however seemingly non-political, followed events very carefully and was quite aware of the famines, the hunger, and the deprivation that the people of Russia suffered after the revolution. He was aware of the terror and persecution they were subjected to. And, unsophisticated as he was, the British worker, the German worker, and even the French one, often wondered, is this socialism? Have we perhaps in our century-old allegiance to socialism followed a dangerous will-o'-the-wisp? Workers have been asking themselves these questions. Uncertain, hesitant, the Western European worker has preferred to wait and see. The Russian Revolution has acted as a deterrent to revolution in the West. By and large, we must look at the developments in the West and the relation of Marxism to the course of the class struggle in the West as upon a war which has lasted for generations, for a century and a half. And this class war has had its ups and downs, its intervals, its pitched battles, its long lulls between battles and campaigns. Anyone may say during a lull between two pitched battles, "Ah, you're Marx." 250. Said history is the history of class struggle, and there is no class struggle. Of course, when Marx wrote in the Communist Manifesto that the history of mankind is the history of class wars, he knew perfectly well that there were times during which the war of the classes was at a very low ebb, almost stagnant. Churchill once wrote that the history of mankind is the history of wars, perhaps an unconscious plagiarism from Marx. The difference, of course, is that for Marx it is the history of class war, and for Churchill it is the history of war tout court. But Churchill also knew that wars are not fought ceaselessly, and Marx also knew that class wars have their time of truce, of open struggle, latent struggle, doldrums, and intervals. We have had a war against capitalism lasting many generations. There was 1848, 1870, 1905, 1917-18, 1945-46, all great battles, concluded partly with a victory of revolution in the East, and with heavy defeats of the revolution in the West. Marx never promised victories for the revolutions at any definite date of the calendar. All that he forecast was that there was going to be a struggle, a heavy, at times a bloody struggle, between classes and peoples, a struggle that would go on for generations and which should, if civilization did not in the meantime collapse into barbarity, lead to the dissolution of capitalism and the emergence of socialism. And, of course, parallel with this there has also been a mobilization of all the forces of the counter-revolution. Those who like to speak now about the unfulfilled prophecies of Marx, do they imagine that Marx was as shallow as his critics and saw the road towards socialism without the barricades of counter-revolution? We have had the mobilization of counter-revolution all over the world, in all its various forms, from fascism to the most refined social democratic reformism, all mobilized in the defense of the existing social order. Those forces have benefited from every difficulty, from every wound in the body of socialism. Never yet, except in extraordinary moments like the Commune of Paris, has the working class mobilized itself even to a fraction of that intensity and strength at which the possessing and ruling classes have maintained their mobilization on an almost permanent footing. Even during the Commune the insurgents never really mobilized for a life and death struggle. We have all the descriptions showing their light-mindedness, their good-humored and good-tempered optimism. When I speak of classical Marxism and of its validity, I have in mind what is essential in Marx. Marx was politically active in 1847-48, in 1868 and 1878. He wrote letters to his friends and to Engels in which he expressed his hope that perhaps the labor movement would take a revolutionary impetus in a year's time, in 2 or 3 years. And then Engels, after his friend's death, was writing to his disciples, and there were many of them in Western Europe, communicating to them his hope still to live and see the coming together of the workers of Britain and France and Germany. It was only natural that they had all these sanguine expectations, but they were also thinkers who could step back from their immediate and tactical involvements and look at the historical perspective. There was Marx, who laid the foundations of the First International and hoped that soon, very soon, that International would be able to produce some great upheaval. But there was also Marx, who was writing Das Kapital, and he did not commit himself in this severely scientific and historical work to any forecast or any prophecy except to a conclusion which followed from his profound, detailed and meticulous analysis of capitalism, the conclusion that the system must collapse because its inner contradictions would not allow it to function in the long run. When it will dissolve and collapse into this he never entered, not because he was so clever, but because he had a sense of responsibility. A politician may have to bank on certain events occurring within a certain time. He can rally for the coming struggle his own strength and that of his friends and followers. The historical thinker cannot do this, nor can he foresee the complications of history or map out its exact route. I said that I shall concentrate on what is essential in Marx, and I have slipped into what is inessential, so allow me just to touch on another which is marginal, namely the problem whether the working class under capitalism is condemned to absolute impoverishment. This has long been passionately discussed in the European, and especially in the French, communist parties. Well, you can find in Marx some support for such a theory, and you can find some refutation of it. Marx's mind was too rich and complex to play with narrow formulae. In Marx's time, in Western Europe, there certainly were empirical facts which pointed to progressive and absolute impoverishment. But let us return to the very essentials in the Marxist critique of capitalism. When people say that Marxism was a doctrine, highly elaborate and realistic for the 19th century but now obsolete, may we ask, obsolete in what? In its essentials? There is one, only one, essential element in the Marxist critique of capitalism. It is very simple and very plain, but in it are focused all the many-faceted analyses of the capitalist order. It is this: there is a striking contra. 252. Diction between the increasingly social character of the process of production and the antisocial character of capitalist property. Our mode of existence, the whole manner of production, is becoming more and more social in the sense that the old freelance producers can no longer go on producing in independence from each other, from generation to generation, as they did in the pre-capitalist system. Every element, every fraction, every little New York organ of our society is dependent on all the rest. The whole process of production becomes one social process of production, and not only one national process of production but one international process of production. At the same time you have an antisocial kind of property, private property. This contradiction between the antisocial character of property and the social character of our production is the source of all anarchy and irrationality in capitalism. This contradiction cannot be reconciled for long. The collision must come. That was all that Marx said. Now, has this essential critique of capitalism become obsolete? We are told that it has, that since Keynes capitalism knows how to plan the economy. For 80 years planning was supposed to be a bee in Marx's bonnet. Now that bee has been elevated almost to a divine insect, and we are told that capitalism can also plan. Has it ever planned except for war purposes? If it has, I have not yet heard of such a case. But suppose that it can. Is planning congenial to capitalism? Some capitalist enterprises were, after all, conducted on a feudal basis. One can also, I suppose, create a simulacrum of socialism on a capitalist basis. But is this congenial to capitalism? And can capitalism, even when it plans, achieve the rate of growth that planning in a really publicly owned economy has achieved? Of course not, because if there is national or international planning, then national or international ownership and organization are the congenial and natural conditions for planning. You can, of course, put planning into capitalism, but it is almost like putting a motor engine into a horse-drawn drozhka. And can capitalism create international societies? You will say, what about the Russians and the Chinese? Have they created an international society? Of course not. The way in which the Russians and the Chinese conduct their affairs is still a reflection of a capitalist way of thinking. But there it is a reflection of capitalism, a projection of capitalism into a post-capitalist structure of society, while here it is historically inherent in the whole working of the capitalist order. Wherever capitalism tries to break out of its national crust, it always does so in a catastrophic way, by staging world wars, by swallowing smaller and weaker nations or competitors. See Marxism in Our Time 253. If you look at the nearly 2 decades of post-war capitalist prosy, what do you see? A refutation of Marxism. This is not the first time in history that we have seen 20 years running their course without the old-type slump and boom that have been characteristic of capitalism from at least 1825 to the Second World War. After the Franco-Prussian War of 1870–71 there were 25 years of Germany's tremendous industrialization, of capitalist development without a real crisis. At the end of these 25 years came the revisionists, the friends and disciples of Marx and Engels, who said, the masters must have been mistaken. They said there would be a collapse, there would be crises, there would be slumps. There are no slumps. From now on capitalism will develop smoothly in an evolutionary manner. And after only a few years, in 1907, came the tremendous collapse. Then the next tremendous slump led into the First World War. I don't want to be a Cassandra, but I cannot say that I have confidence in the further smooth, evolutionary development of Western capitalism, or in the perpetuation of its so-called prosperity. After these 20 years of prosperity, what do we see in Western society? We see an intensification of all those trends which Karl Marx diagnosed as the trends leading to the further development of capitalism and its doom. We see all over the West the disappearance of those middle classes that were supposed to constitute the conservative foundation of capitalism, of the small owning, small holding peasantry. The peasantry that was the mainstay of French conservatism is vanishing, and France has ceased to be a peasant country. So have most Western European countries. America has no peasants, and only a small percentage of its population is engaged in farming. That was what Marx prophesied. What will be left will be the bourgeoisie and the propertyless working class. For decades it seemed that this particular prognostication was not coming true. Karl Koski wrote a very learned and voluminous work on the agrarian problem, in which he explained why in agriculture there was no such concentration of capital as there was in industry. Nevertheless, he maintained, the Marxist prognosis was correct. Lenin accepted Koski's argument and pointed out that the peasantry remained in existence although it was getting progressively impoverished. Now this peasantry is vanishing. The proletariat is growing in numbers. Proletarianization, that horror of the bourgeoisie, is progressing with every year of our prosperity, with every year of our welfare state. The processes of production are becoming larger and larger in scale, centralized, social in character, calling more and more for 254. Social control, for social ownership. The productive forces of our countries cry out against the national self-sufficiency in which tradition and the ruling classes have kept them. That is the Marxist inferno coming true, almost invisibly, almost unnoticed, in the midst of this welfare state paradise. In the meantime, one feels as if the whole development of class struggle here in the West has become arrested for a while, waiting for some great chapters to come to a close. There is one great trend in the historic development which promises, but this is only a promise, to turn the whole tide of Marxism and socialism, the growth of the productive forces of the Soviet Union, and with it that of the other post-capitalist countries. The process of primitive socialist accumulation, which has caused such tremendous distortion in the intellectual and moral structure of Marxism, does not have long to run. I do not know whether this is a matter of another decade or two, but the development will come full circle when Russia, this underdeveloped and backward country, and with it the other countries, will at last turn fully into modern, industrial nations, when the educated countries realize in their midst those preconditions for socialism of which Marx and Engels and generations of socialists had dreamed, the material and cultural abundance, the lack of constraint in politics and in culture, the growing equality, the growing internationalism. I have no doubt that despite the very ugly scenes between Moscow and Peking, the social systems of those countries are more intelligent and more progressive than their leaders. The social systems will force the leaders into internationalism even if they are the most chauvinistic idiots under the sun. They will push and drive them aside and bring out new people who will be capable of following the call of internationalism that comes today from the whole of mankind. And when this happens, the development of those countries will not only catch up with classical Marxism, but it will probably surpass it. So, I think, we can confidently look forward to the prospect, even if it is not an imminent one, that theory and practice in Marxism will come together again. You and people of your generation should look wholeheartedly to this perspective, when Marxism will no longer be the Marxism with which we had to live, the Marxism projected through the distorting prism of backwardness, of backward civilization and backward societies. Your generation, I hope, will see this new upsurge, this new ascendancy of Marxism undimmed by any intellectual decline. Marxism and socialism have been the products of Western Europe. They have gone out of Western Europe to conquer the world, and they have lost ground in Western Europe. When will they come back? The country in medieval Europe from which the rest of Europe learned the arts of capitalism was Italy. The Italian cities, the Italian economists, the Italian bankers were the foremost in Europe. And then, in the 19th century, when nearly the whole of Europe had already gone bourgeois, Italy had not yet achieved its own capitalism. Capitalism came back to Italy belatedly, after the whole of Europe had accepted it. Is Western Europe going to be the Italy of socialism? Are we going to wait until Marxism and socialism have conquered the world, and then stand there, last in the queue, waiting for its return to us? Or shall we save ourselves from our own increasing and terrifying backwardness? 3. Violence and nonviolence. There is a whole dialectic of violence and nonviolence implied in the Marxist doctrine from its beginnings and throughout all its historic metamorphoses from 1848 to 1966. As Marxists we have always preached proletarian dictatorship, and the need to overthrow capitalism by force. We have always tried to impress on the working classes of all countries that they would have to be prepared to struggle, even in civil wars, against their oppressing and ruling classes. We were quite devastating in our rejoinders to all those who doubted the right or questioned the need for all those preachings. But here is the dialectical contradiction: after all, what has been the idea of Marxism? That of the classless society in which man is no longer exploited and dominated by man, a stateless society. So many people of the left consider this the utopian element in Marxism, the aspiration to transform societies in such a way that violence should cease forever as the necessary and permanent element in the regulation of the relationship between society and individuals, between individuals and individuals. In embracing the vision of a nonviolent society, Marxism, I maintain, has gone further and deeper than any pacifist preachers of nonviolence have ever done. Why? Because Marxism laid bare the roots of violence in our society, which the others have not done. Marxism has set out to attack those roots, to uproot violence not just from human thoughts, not just from human emotions, but to uproot it from the very basis of the material existence of society. Marxism has seen violence fed by class antagonism in society, and here Marxism should be assessed against the 2,000-year record of feudal Christian preaching of nonviolence. I say feudal in the sense that it has led to no real consequences, to no real diminution of violence. After 2 millennia of love thy brother we are in this situation, that those who go to church throw the napalm bombs and the others who were also brought up in a Christian tradition, the Nazis, have sent 6 million descendants of Christ's countrymen to the gas chambers. After 2 millennia the preaching of nonviolence has led to this. One of the reasons for this is that the roots of violence have never been attacked, never been dug up. Class society has persisted, and therefore these preachings, even when most sincere, even when the Christian teacher puts both his heart and soul in them, were bound to be futile, because they attacked only the surface of the violence. But then the dialectic of Marxism has also been at fault. Marxism itself, throughout its history of deep and tragic contradictions. How strong the dream of nonviolence lay at the root of the Russian Revolution one can find out if one studies Lenin's statement on revolution, which is written seemingly in a very dogmatic form, almost like an ecclesiastical text interpreting biblical verses. Behind these somewhat ecclesiastical formulae there is the dream of the stateless society constantly welling up. The October insurrection was carried out in such a way that, according to all the hostile eyewitnesses, the total number of victims on all sides was 10. That is the total number of victims of that great revolutionary October insurrection. The men who directed this insurrection, Lenin, Trotsky, the members of the Military Revolutionary Committee, gave some thought to the question of violence and nonviolence and organized this tremendous upheaval with a very profound although unspoken concern for human lives, for the lives of their enemies as well as for their own people. The Russian Revolution, in the name of which so much violence has been committed, was the most nonviolent act of this scale in the whole history of the human race. The revolution was won not with guns, but with words, with argument, persuasion. The words were very violent, the words were terribly forceful, but this is the violence of emotion in the revolt against the actuality of violence, of a world war which cost millions of human beings. All those people nowadays who take it upon themselves to preach morality to the makers of the Russian Revolution assume, of course, that there was a kind of good and angelic status quo, an angelic nonviolence which was upset by those Dostoevsky-possessed fiends, the revolutionaries, who appropriated to themselves the right to dispose of human lives. Nearly 10 million people had perished in the trenches of the First World War when the Bolsheviks carried out that great revolution which cost 10 victims. The deep universal humanism inherent in what you call the challenge of nonviolence has been there in Marxism as its most essential element. We were a little more shy about talking about humanism. We are more shy about this because what scoundrel in history hasn't spoken about humanism? Hasn't Stalin, hasn't Hitler, hasn't Goebbels? I always get more than a little shocked when I hear left-wingers and ex-Marxists suggest that Marxism needs to be supplemented by humanism. Marxism only needs to be true to itself. But what happened really after this very promising beginning of the Russian Revolution, after Lenin had written The State and Revolution, which is the great revolutionary dream about nonviolence expressed in Marxist terms, what happened? The others who preached nonviolence, for instance Kerensky, preached nonviolence to the oppressed by reintroducing the death penalty for soldiers who were refusing to fight on the front. Perhaps in the nature of people who really detest violence there is a greater shyness about speaking about nonviolence. I distrust those who have so many noble words on their lips. I very often trust more those who speak frankly and even brutally about the necessities of the political struggle as long as they don't get carried away by their own righteousness. Then came the intervention, the Civil War. Violence had to be used on an increasing scale, just as the Viet Cong today have to use violence on an increasing scale. They can't help it, either they go under or they use violence. But even in the Civil War, what did the Bolsheviks do? Again they tried to keep a balance between argument, persuasion, and violence, a balance in which they still attached far greater importance to persuasion and argument than to the gun. In sheer arms they were infinitely inferior to the British, the French, and the Americans. The Red Army, led by Trotsky, at that time was far inferior. What happened? They agitated, they appealed to the consciousness of the soldiers, of the workers in uniform in those interventionist armies. The French Navy, sent to suppress the revolution, rose in mutiny in Odessa and refused to fight against the Bolsheviks, another triumph of nonviolence in the Civil War. This revolt of the sailors was the result of what was called Bolshevik propaganda, but this subversion prevented violence. Then comes the great tragedy of the isolation of the Russian Revolution, of its succumbing to incredible, unimaginable destruction, poverty, hunger and disease as a result of the wars of intervention, the civil wars, and of course the long and exhausting World War which was not of Bolshevik making. As a result of all this, terror was let loose in Russia. Men lost their balance. Even the leaders lost the clarity of their thinking and of their minds. They acted under overwhelming and inhuman pressures. I don't undertake to judge them, to blame them or to justify them. I can only see the deep tragedy of this historic process, the result of which was the glorification of violence. But what was to have been but a glassful of violence became buckets and buckets full, and then rivers of violence. That is the tragedy of the Russian Revolution. The dialectics of violence and nonviolence in Marxism were so upset that in the end the nonviolent meaning of Marxism was suppressed under the massive, crushing weight of Stalinism. It wasn't a matter of chance that Stalin implicitly denounced the Leninist and Marxist idea of the withering away of the state. It was in that idea that the whole Marxist nonviolence was epitomized. The Stalinist regime couldn't tolerate, couldn't bear the survival of that dream. It had to crush it out of human minds in order to justify its own violence. I'm not saying this to blame the whole thing on single individuals. It was more than that. It was the tragedy of an isolated and poverty-ridden revolution incapable of fulfilling its promise in isolation and poverty, a revolution caught in this tragic situation of the irreconcilable contradiction between promise and fulfillment, between dream and reality, sunk into irrationality. To what extent is Marxism, as such, responsible for this? It would be wrong to identify Stalinism with Marxism, and to blame Marxism for the things that have been done under Stalinism. On the other hand, it would show a lack of moral courage in Marxism to draw the formal line of dissociation and say that we are not responsible for Stalinism, that wasn't what we aimed at. You see, in a way Marxism is as responsible for Stalin as Christianity was responsible for the bourgeois. The bourgeois are not Christianity, but Christianity cannot bleach the bourgeois from its records. We cannot delete Stalinism from our records, although we are not responsible for Stalinist crimes. To some extent we participated in this glorification of violence as a self-defense mechanism. Rosa Luxemburg understood this when she criticized the first faint signs of this attitude. But the issue is larger and deeper than just human intentions. The 260. Violence isn't rooted in human intentions. The human intentions are, shall we say, the mechanism, the psychological, the ideal mechanism through which material factors and material necessities transmit their pressures. Marxism had not made any allowances for the possibility of such a tremendous outgrowth of violence, of such tremendous abuse of violence that would be done in the name of Marxism, for a simple reason. Marxism assumed that revolution would always be an act of change in society carried out violently, but with the support of immense popular majorities. It assumed revolution in an industrialized West carried out by working classes committed to socialism, supporting the revolution with all their heart and confronting as their enemies a really small minority consisting of the exploiters. In such a confrontation of revolutionary majorities with counter-revolutionary minorities, the need to use violence would indeed have been very limited, and the dream of nonviolence would have had all this hope of fulfillment. It is said that Marxism suits the underdeveloped countries but not the advanced and industrial West. I still maintain that the original dream of Marxism and the real original inspiration and hope of Marxism still suits the industrial West much better than it can suit the underdeveloped countries, even if revolution in certain phases is the job of great majorities, as it was in Russia in 1917, as it was in China in 1949, as it is in Vietnam today. In underdeveloped countries there comes a moment after the revolution when again there is a breach between promise and fulfillment. Therefore there come frustrations, explosive dissonances, and the desire of the post-revolutionary rulers to secure the revolution as they understand it and are able to secure it. The more underdeveloped the country, the more is bound to come, after the revolution, a moment of bitter truth and violence. However, I think that the violence in China already is much smaller than it was in Russia. The irrationality of the Chinese Revolution, though goodness knows there is a lot of irrationality, so far is much less, I think, than what came to the top in the Russian Revolution. But then the Chinese Revolution wasn't the first pioneer, wasn't the isolated revolution, it was already assisted by Stalinist Russia, and this reduced the amount of irrationality. I think that with the spread of revolution, with the advance of the industrial and technological aspects of revolutionary societies, with the growth of their wealth, with the rise in their standards of living, with a relative contentment in the popular masses, the irrational element will decrease. The final vindication of the dream of nonviolence in Marxism will come with socialism gaining the advanced countries. That is my belief, and it is not a belief of wishful thinking, it is the whole theoretical structure of Marxism that leads me to this conclusion. I think that the de-Stalinization carried out in Russia, self-contradictory, inadequate, hypocritical as it has been, as already somewhat re-established the balance between the contradictory elements in the Russian Revolution by reducing the violence and giving more scope to the nonviolent element in Marxism. You have asked me what I meant when I spoke about the negative effect on the communist world of the war in Vietnam. The war in Vietnam may or may not be a prelude to new confrontations of violence surging back from the Western world and flooding the world again. The fear of the ultimate violence promotes a recrudescence of the authoritarian and violent trend within Russia and in China. I made an analogy between the effects of the Vietnamese War in the communist part of the world and the repercussions of the Korean War in the last years of Stalin's era. The fears and panics let loose by the Korean War expressed themselves in Russia in the insanity of Stalin's rule in the last years, in the repetition of the witches' Sabbath of the 30s. I don't foresee and I'm not afraid of something as terrible as that in Russia in response to the American aggression in Vietnam, but we have already seen some recrudescence of the authoritarian trend. The 23rd Congress of the Communist Party testifies to this. The trials of Daniel and Sinyavsky were symptomatic of the partial return of the authoritarian trend. On the other hand, I don't think that one can say that the Korean War had only one effect, i.e. the encouragement of domestic violence in the Soviet Union and China. It also had a positive effect parallel to the effect that it had in our part of the world. It gave one a sense of human solidarity with a small nation so ruthlessly attacked, so ruthlessly crushed by the most powerful, the greatest, the richest nations in the world. The Korean War disposed of certain illusions which Khrushchevism spread, namely, the illusion about the possibility of the peaceful transition from capitalism to socialism in such countries as France or Italy. Try to go now to French and Italian workers and tell them that they can accomplish this miracle when in such small nations as Korea and Vietnam it is so resisted by the great capitalist powers. As Marxists, whenever we are driven to use violence, we must know and tell those people on whom we shall call to act, that violence is a necessary evil. And the emphasis will be on both the adjective and the noun, on the necessary and on evil. To preach nonviolence to those. 262. Always the object of violence may even be false. I say the lesson we should learn from Soviet history is that we can't overemphasize the evil of violence / but if I were a Vietnamese and also in the ranks of the Viet Cong, I would try to tell my comrades in arms that we should not make a virtue of the bitter and terrible necessity of violence. But we are acting in the West where this argument has much more chance of being understood and accepted. In the West on the left we must foster a way of thinking which would not shirk realities. We share with anarchists the dream of stateless society, but we ask, how do you arrive at it? And it is here that Marxism parts from anarchism and pure pacifism. You accept the view that the Vietnamese War is not an accident of history, that it expresses the structure of your society, expresses the imperialist character in your relationship to the outside world. If you accept this, you imply that the social order has to be changed. How is it to be changed? How is it going to be changed by nonviolent methods when those who refuse to give an inch in Vietnam to their class enemies will they yield the territory of the United States to socialism without defending the status quo? Can you imagine this? I can, but only under one condition. That is when you have the overwhelming muley of Americans NS reagi to use violence in order to suppreten in American here surrenders to that of the Russian Revolution, then you might have to use only an infinitesimal amount of violence. But here again is the dialectic only if you're ready to use violence without making a virtue of it. On Socialist Man. I have been asked to address you on Socialist Man. This is a theme so wide, and requiring so many approaches from various angles, that I must beg you to excuse me if what I am going to say resembles a somewhat rambling causerie in form, rather than a systematic lecture. Marxists have as a rule been reluctant to speak about Socialist Man, and I must confess that I myself felt something of that reluctance when the subject for this lecture was first suggested to me. Any attempt to give a positive description of Socialist Man, i.e. to portray the member of the future classless society, is bound to have a utopian flavor about it. This was the domain of the great visionaries of socialism, especially of Saint-Simon and Fourier, who, like the French rationalists of the 18th century, imagined that they and through them reason had at last discovered the ideal man and that once the discovery had been made, the realization was bound to follow. Nothing was further from Marx and Engels and the outstanding Marxists of later generations than such a thought. They, indeed, did not tell mankind, here is the ideal, go down on your knees before it. Instead of giving us a blueprint of the society that is to come, they devoted their work to a profoundly realistic analysis of society as it was and is, of capitalist society, and, facing the class struggles of their time, they committed themselves irrevocably to the cause of the proletariat. In attending to the needs of their age, however, they did not turn their backs upon the future. They did try at least to guess the shape of things to come, but they formulated their guesses with remarkable reserve and they did so only incidentally. In all their voluminous writings Marx and Engels have left us only a few scattered hints about the subject of our discussion, hints meaningfully interrelated and suggesting immense new horizons, but only hints. No doubt Karl. 264. Marx had his conception of socialist man, but this was an analyst's working hypothesis, not a visionary's brainwave, and although he was convinced of the historic realism of his anticipations, he treated them with a certain dose of skepticism. Marx scrutinized, to paraphrase his own saying, the embryo of socialism within the womb of capitalism. He could therefore see only the embryo of socialist man. At the risk of disappointing some of you, I must say that this is all that we can do even now. After all the revolutions of our age and despite all that we have learned about society since Marx, we are not at all ahead of him in this respect. In discussing socialist man we cannot yet go beyond the rudiments of the problem. Anything we can say about it is bound to be very general, fragmentary and, in a sense, negative. We can easier see what socialist man cannot be than what he will be. To the extent, however, that negation implies also assertion, our negative characterization of socialist man foreshadows some of his positive features as well. Marxism has seen the chief contradiction of bourgeois society, the deepest cause of its anarchy and irrationality, in the conflict between the growing socialization of the modern productive process and the unsocial character of the control that private property exercises over that process. Modern technology and industry tend to unite society, while private property in the means of production disunites it. The socialized productive process, that rudimentary element of collectivism contained within the capitalist and, if you like, within the neo-capitalist economy, needs to be released from the bourgeois property relations which constrict and disorganize it. For more than a century bourgeois economists were blind to this contradiction until Keynes and his followers recognized it in their own eclectic way, thus paying an unavowed tribute to the Marxist critique. But all that Keynesianism and neo-capitalism, more than ever haunted by the specter of communism, have tried to do is to introduce, on the basis of private property, a kind of pseudo-social control over the socialized productive process. This is not the first or the last time that men have desperately struggled to ensure the survival of archaic institutions or ways of life into an age that has no need and no use for them. I once saw in my native country, Poland, a peasant who by chance acquired an old motor car and then insisted on harnessing his horses to it. Keynesianism and neo-capitalism are keeping the horses of private property harnessed to the nuclear-driven vehicles and spaceships of our time, and they threaten to shake heaven and earth to prevent us unharnessing them. To return to my proper subject, our idea of socialism is not an arbitrary intellectual construction but a careful extrapolation and projection into the future of those elements of rational social organization that are inherent in capitalist society but are constantly thwarted and negated by it. Similarly, our idea of socialist man is but a projection of the social man who already exists within us potentially, but is distorted, crushed, and stultified by the condition in which he lives. It is here that our aspirations are rooted in the realities and are sustained by them, but all too often are also imprisoned in them. We know, I repeat, what socialist man cannot be and will not be. He cannot be the product of antagonistic society. He cannot be the collective producer who is controlled by his product and social environment instead of controlling them. He cannot be the plaything of the blind forces of the market, nor the robot of a state-managed neo-capitalist war economy. He cannot be the alienated and cowed proletarian of earlier days, nor the dull counterfeit copy of the petty hourietness into which our so-called welfare state is turning the worker. He can be himself as collective worker only in a most highly developed and collectivist society. Only such a society will enable him to reduce his socially necessary labor to the unburdensome minimum which the new technology already permits. Why in such a society will he be able to satisfy his material and spiritual needs securely, not haphazardly, rationally, not whimsically? Only in such a society will he guide himself in the satisfaction of his needs and the use of his leisure by educated discernment and intelligent choice, not by any silent or vociferous persuaders of commercial advertisement. Only in a socialist community will man be able to develop all his biological and spiritual capacities, to expand and integrate his personality, and free himself of the dark heritage of millennial material scarcity, inequality, and oppression. Only in such a community can man overcome finally the divorce between physical and intellectual labor, the divorce that has been at the root of man's estrangement from man, of mankind's division into rulers and ruled and into antagonistic classes, the divorce that our advanced technology even now is rendering superfluous while capitalism and neocapitalism do what they can to perpetuate it. Socialist man can rise to his full stature only at the summit of our culture and civilization, a summit which is within our sight but toward which our property, relationships, our social institutions, and deeply ingrained inertia do not allow us to advance as firmly and rapidly as we might advance. Our idea of socialist man has often been criticized for its unabashed optimism. We are told that we too are utopians and that our historical, philosophical and psychological assumptions are untenable. We are told that the paradise on earth of which propagandists of socialism have spoken is as unattainable as was the paradise in heaven the theologians had promised. We must listen with open minds to these criticisms. We sometimes find grains of truth in them. We must admit that we have more than once taken too optimistic a view, if not of socialism itself, then of the roads leading to it. But we must also realize that many of these criticisms express only the sense of doom permeating bourgeois society and its ideologues, or else irrational forms of disillusionment in our own camp. Thus some of the existentialists tell us that we are trying to escape from the basic predicaments of the human condition and that we are glossing over the inherent absurdity of our destiny. It is extremely difficult to engage in any fruitful debate with opponents who argue sub specie aeternitatis and from purely teleological premises. The pessimistic existentialist asks the old question, what is the purpose or the aim of man's existence and activity when set against the infinity of time and space? To this question we have, of course, no answer, nor has the existentialist. But the question itself is absurd, for it postulates the need or necessity of an ultimate, metaphysical purpose of human existence, a purpose valid for all eternity. We have no such purpose, and we have no need for it. We see no metaphysical sense in our existence, and therefore we see no absurdity in it either. Absurdity and sense are only the obverse sides of the same coin. Only when you postulate sense can you speak of absurdity. The human condition with which we are concerned is not man's loneliness in the infinity of space and time. In that infinity even the terms loneliness and absurdity are meaningless. We are concerned with man's condition in society, which is his own creation and which he is capable of changing. The argument sub specie aeternitatis is philosophically arid and socially reactionary. It is as a rule an argument for moral indifference and political quietism, an argument for resigned acceptance of our social conditions as they are. Happily, existentialists, as Sartre's remarkable example shows, can be philosophically inconsistent and can accept the idea of socialist man despite their view of the absurdity of the human condition. More specific to some extent is the criticism of socialist and Marxist aspirations that Sigmund Freud makes in Civilization and Its On Socialist Man 267. Discontents. To our view of what man can and probably will be in a classless and stateless society, Freud replies with the old adage, homo homini lupus. Human beings, he says, will always remain aggressive and hostile to each other. Their aggressive instincts are biologically predetermined and are not significantly affected by any changes in the structure of society. The communists, Freud says, believe that they have found the path to deliverance from our evils. According to them, man is wholly good and well disposed to his neighbor, but the institution of private property has corrupted his nature. The ownership of private wealth gives the individual power and with it the temptation to ill-treat his neighbor, while the man who is excluded from possession is bound to rebel in hostility against his oppressor. If private property were abolished, and wealth held in common, and everyone allowed to share in the enjoyment of it, all will and hostility would disappear among men. Since everyone's needs would be satisfied, no one would have any reason to regard another as his enemy, all would willingly undertake the work that was necessary. Before I proceed, let me first check whether Freud's summary of the Marxist view is correct. Do we really consider man to be wholly good by nature and well disposed to his neighbor? Freud, who was rather ill-informed about Marxist theory, certainly came across some such statements in the popular communist or social democratic paper where they did indeed occur. Serious Marxist theory, however, does not make any such assumptions about human nature. At the most, such assumptions may be traced in Marx's youthful, Feuerbachian writings. I remember that this problem occupied me strongly when, as a very young man, I was acquainting myself with Marxist theory and was trying to obtain clarity about the conception of human nature underlying it. Working through the writings of Marx, Engels, Koski, Plekhanov, Mering, Rosa Luxemburg, Lenin, Trotsky and Bukharin, I arrived at the conclusion that their assumptions about human nature were essentially, so to speak, neutral. They did not see man as wholly good or wholly evil, as well disposed or ill disposed toward his neighbor. They refused to accept the metaphysical notion of an immutable human nature unaffected by social conditions. I still think that the conclusion I then drew 40 years ago was correct. Man is the creature of nature, but more particularly of that part of nature which, as human society, distinguishes itself from nature and partly opposes itself to it. Whatever the biological basis of our being, social conditions play the decisive part in shaping our character. Even the biological factors refract themselves through, and are partly transformed by, our social personality. To some extent man's nature, including his instincts, has so far been submerged and distorted by his social conditions, and only when these conditions lose their oppressive and distorting quality may we be able to take a clearer and more scientific view than we have had so far of the various biological and social elements in man's nature. The main criticism of Freudianism that a Marxist is bound to make, and I am speaking as one who wholeheartedly recognizes Freud's fundamental and revolutionary contribution to our understanding of psychology, is that Freud and his disciples all too often fail to make allowance for this refraction and transmutation of man's instinctual drives through his changing social identity. And yet it is Freud who has made us aware of the processes which are nothing but the mechanisms of sublimation. Psychoanalysis has so far been able to deal only with bourgeois man, the bourgeois man of the epoch of imperialism, whom it has tended to present as man at large, treating his inner conflicts in a suprahistorical manner as conflicts besetting human beings in all epochs, under all social orders, as conflicts inherent in the human condition. From this point of view, socialist man can be seen only as a variation of bourgeois man. Freud himself makes this point. In abolishing private property we deprive the human love of aggression of one of its instruments, certainly a strong one, though certainly not the strongest, but we have in no way altered the differences in power and influence which are misused by aggressiveness, nor have we altered anything in its nature. Then Freud makes this even more categorical assertion: aggressiveness was not created by property, it reigned almost without limit in primitive times, when property was still very scant, and it already shows itself in the nursery almost before aggressiveness has given up its primal, anal form. If we do away with personal rights over material wealth, there still remains prerogative in the field of sexual relationships, which is bound to become the source of the strongest dislike and the most violent hostility among men who in other respects are on an equal footing. Thus we are warned that socialist man will be, not less than bourgeois man, aggressive and hostile toward fellow beings, and that his aggressiveness will show itself even in the nursery. Note that while Freud recognizes in private property a strong instrument of aggression, he asserts in the most dogmatic manner that it is not the strongest of those instruments. How does he know it? How does he measure the relative strength of the various instruments of aggression? We, Marxists, are more modest here and less dogmatic. We do not have made such precise comparative measurements as would allow us to weigh sexual drives and instinctual aggression against social needs, interests, and compulsions. The instinctual drives will undoubtedly be there in socialist man as well. How could it be otherwise? But we do not know how they will refract themselves through his personality. We can only guess that they will affect him in a different manner than they affect bourgeois man. Nor is Freud right in saying that property is only an instrument of our aggressive instincts. On the contrary, property often uses those instincts as its instruments and generates its own varieties of aggressive drives. After all, Throughout history, men organized into armies have slaughtered each other over property or claims to property, but they have not so far, except in mythology, fought wars over prerogative in the field of sexual relationships. And so, when Freud maintains that the abolition of property will not alter the differences in power and influence which are misused by aggressiveness and will not alter anything in the nature of human aggression, he simply begs the question. And when he goes on to say that aggressiveness reigned almost without limit in primitive times, when property was still very scanty, he does not even suspect that it was precisely the scantiness of property, i.e., material scarcity, that destroyed the unity of primitive society, by giving rise to savage scrambles over scanty resources, scrambles that split society into mutually hostile classes. That is why we maintain that socialist man is conceivable only against the background of an unprecedented abundance of material and cultural goods and services. This is the ABC of Marxism. A friend of mine, an old and wise psychoanalyst, often says with a sigh, "Oh, if only Freud had read Engels' The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, he would have avoided so many false trails and errors. He might also have avoided supplying ammunition to people for whom homo homini." 270. Lupus is the battle cry against progress and socialism, who operate the bogey of the eternal human/upus in the interest of the real and bloody lupus of contemporary imperialism. We may well grant that the aggressiveness of socialist man will show itself in the nursery in its primal, anal form and in other more developed manifestations. Yet much will depend, inter alia, on the character of the nursery. Do we imagine it as an individual nursery within the family unit as we know it? Or as a communal nursery after the dissolution of this family unit? In our hypothesis about socialist man, we assume that he will not live within anything like the present family, with its money nexus and its dependence of woman and child on father. We suppose that socialist man will in childhood be far less subjected to paternal authority than his predecessors have been, or that he will not know it at all, and that as an adult he will be free in his sexual and erotic life, or, at any rate, that he will be incomparably freer than bourgeois man is to follow his emotional urges and need of love without coming into conflict with society. His instinctual drives will be refracted through his personality in a manner which we cannot predict, but which certainly will not be the manner Freud takes for granted. Should one, for instance, take it for granted that socialist man will be subject to the Oedipus complex? Will this complex that has worked so powerfully in our psyche, at least since matriarchy gave place to patriarchal society, still be there if and when mankind has moved beyond the bourgeois form of the patriarchal family? And one may wonder what the superego may be like in socialist man, the superego that works in us as our unconscious moral censor and our father within us. Freud, who confuses fatherhood, which is a biological category, with paternal authority, which is a social institution, takes it for granted that the superego and the Oedipus complex and other reflections of paternalistic society in the individual's mind, are there forever. True, he seems to have had a momentary premonition of other possibilities. He says, if we were to remove this factor too by allowing complete freedom of sexual life and thus abolishing the family, the germ cell of civilization, we cannot, it is true, easily foresee what new paths the development of civilization could take. He cannot, however, visualize the prospect, for the monogamous family is to him the indispensable germ cell of civilization, and even in his thought he. Ibid p. 51. On Socialist Man 271. Cannot detach himself from his patient, the bourgeois, monogamous man lying in front of him on the couch. And so, although he grants uneasily that we cannot foresee what new paths the development of civilization could take without the present family unit, he is sure that the indestructible aggressiveness of human nature will pursue socialist man beyond class, society, state, and family. Here again we, Marxists, prefer a certain amount of agnosticism. We are, of course, concerned in the main with the cruelty and oppression which are generated directly by poverty, scarcity of goods, class society, and man's domination by man. Whenever Freud ventures into the fields of sociology and history, he lays himself open to the reproach that he speaks willy-nilly as an apologist for existing society. We have nevertheless learned from him something important about the reality of the destructive and aggressive elements in human nature. It is, of course, true that emperors, kings, warlords, dictators, governments, and leaders of all sorts would not have been able to make men behave as aggressively as they have behaved if aggressiveness had not been there in human nature. Our rulers have always appealed and still appeal to man's base instinctual drives. But the question of how much of the biologically or sexually conditioned aggressiveness will affect the non-biological relationship of socialist man must be left open. We do not maintain that socialism is going to solve all predicaments of the human race. We are struggling in the first instance with the predicaments that are of man's making and that man can resolve. May I remind you that Trotsky, for instance, speaks of three basic tragedies: hunger, sex, and death besetting man. Hunger is the enemy that Marxism and the modern labor movement have taken on. In doing so, they have naturally been inclined to ignore or belittle man's other predicaments. But is it not true that hunger or, more broadly, social inequality and oppression, have hugely complicated and intensified for innumerable human beings the torments of sex and death as well? In fighting against social inequality and oppression, we fight also for the mitigation of those blows that nature inflicts on us. I think that Marxism has tried and is trying to tackle from the right end the tasks confronting our society. The Freudians have concentrated on sex and ignored or belittled man's social problems. And what is the result? For all the theoretical importance of psychoanalysis, the practical benefits of its therapy are in our society available only to a tiny privileged minority. Our vision of socialist man, on the other hand, has inspired a huge segment of mankind, and although we have 272 fought with varying success and suffered terrible defeats, we have nevertheless moved mountains, whereas all the psychoanalysis of the world cannot reduce by a single iota the aggressiveness with which our world is boiling over. Yes, socialist man will still be pursued by sex and death, but we are convinced that he will be better equipped than we are to cope even with these. And if his nature remains aggressive, his society will give him immeasurably greater and more varied opportunities than bourgeois man has for sublimating his instinctual drives and turning them to creative uses. Even if socialist man may not be quite free from guilt or pain as Shelley dreamed he would be, he may be still sceptreless, free, uncircumscribed, but man equal, unclassed, tribeless, and nationless, exempt from all worship and awe. The average member of socialist society may yet rise, as Trotsky anticipated, to the stature of Aristotle, Goethe, Marx, who, whatever their sexual instincts and aggressive drives, embody some of mankind's highest achievements so far. And we assume that above these heights new peaks will rise. We do not see in socialist man evolution's last and perfect product, or the end of history, but in a sense only the IEE of history. Socialist man may indeed feel the unbehagen, the unease and discomfort, that civilization imposes upon the beast in man. Moreover, this may, indeed, be the most essential of his own inner contradictions and tensions that will impel him to evolve further and scale heights which are beyond our imagination. These views are or ought to be truisms for any Marxist, and I ought perhaps to apologize for stating them at a socialist scholar's conden. Unfortunately, in the present condition of the labor movement and of socialist thinking, certain elementary truths need to be restated, for all too often they are forgotten or falsified for the sake of some dubious political convenience. I have heard it said, for instance, that the proper subject of my analysis ought to be the socialist man living in the USSR or China today. I would take this view only if I held that those countries have already achieved or that they have nearly achieved socialism. I do not accept this assumption, and I do not think that the typical or even the advanced member of Soviet or Chinese society today can be described as socialist man. We'll speak, of course, colloquially about the USSR, China, and the associated and disassociated states as socialist countries, and we are entitled to do so as long as we intend merely to oppose their regimes to the capitalist states, to indicate their post-capitalist character, or to refer to the socialist origins and inspiration of their governments and policies. but here I am concerned with the theoretically correcta. On Socialist Man 273. Description of the structure of their society and the nature of human relationship evolving within that structure. You may remember that over 30 years ago Stalin proclaimed that the Soviet Union had completed the building of socialism, and until now, despite the so-called de-Stalinization and the demolition of so many Stalinist myths, this has remained a central tenet of official Soviet ideology. Moreover, Stalin's successors allege that the Soviet Union is now engaged in the transition from socialism to communism, or that it is entering into that higher stage of classless society that is to complete the cycle of socialist transformation opened up by the October Revolution. Spokesmen of the People's Republic of China have been making similar claims for their country. Now, the Stalinist dogma about the achievement of socialism in the Soviet Union has significantly affected and changed the popular image of socialist man and even the thinking of quite a few socialist scholars. Yet one thing is, or ought to be, immediately obvious: the typical man of Soviet society, whether under Stalin or his successors, presents so striking a contrast to the Marxist conception of socialist man that either we must refuse to consider him as socialist man or we must throw the Marxist conception overboard, as the Stalinist school of thought has tacitly done. This is not a squabble over the letter of the gospel, but an issue of the greatest theoretical and practical importance for us. If our aim is socialist man, then our conception or image of him is vital to our theoretical thinking, to the moral political climate of the labor movement, and to our own ability or inability to inspire our working classes. Now, socialist man was envisaged by Marx, and all his followers up to Stalin, as a free associated producer working, even in the so-called lower phase of communism, under a rationally planned economy, no longer a buyer or seller trading products in the markets, but someone who turns out goods for society at large and receives them for personal consumption from society's common pool. By definition, socialist man lives in a classless and stateless society, free from social or political oppression, even though he may at the beginning still carry a burden, a steadily diminishing burden of inherited social inequality. The society in which he lives has to be so highly developed, so wealthy, educated and civilized that there is no objective need or necessity for it to allow any recrudescence of inequality or oppression. This is what all Marxists before Stalin took for granted. This is the ideal that has inspired generations of socialists. Without it, socialism would have never come to life as the dynamic force of the century. Marxism has demonstrated the realistic character of this ideal by showing that the whole development of modern society, with its technology, industry, and increasingly socialized productive process, tends toward this outcome. Now, the socialist man that Stalin and his successors have shown the world is a pitiful parody of the Marxist image of socialist man. True, the Soviet citizen has lived in a society where the state, not the capitalists, owns the means of production, and this circumstance is already reflected in certain progressive features of his mentality. Even the most backward of Soviet workers takes the social public ownership of the means of production for granted. Private ownership of a factory or of a coal mine seems to him to be a revolting relic of some barbarous past. He shudders at the mere thought of it. He looks upon it very much as the average member of any modern bourgeois society looks upon slavery, as a social condition degrading to man. Nevertheless, these progressive features in the outlook of Soviet man, although they are there, are not the dominant features of his social psychology. Soviet society has suffered and is still suffering from material scarcity, an extreme scarcity of consumer goods in the first instance, which has over the decades led to an inevitable recrudescence and aggravation of social inequalities, to a deep division between a privileged minority and a deprived majority, to a spontaneous reassertion of the economic forces of the market, and to a revival and a terrifying growth of the oppressive functions of the state. The socialist man Stalin presented to the world was the hungry, ill-clad, ill-shod, or even barefoot worker or peasant selling or buying a shirt, a piece of furniture, a few ounces of meat, or even a piece of bread on black or grey markets, working 10 or 12 hours a day under a barracks-like factory discipline and, sometimes, paying for any real or alleged offense with years of forced labor in a concentration camp. He did not dare to criticize a factory manager, let alone a party boss. He had no right to express any opinion on any major issue affecting his and the nation's destiny. He had to vote as he was ordered, and to let his dignity and personality be mocked by the so-called personality cult. These are the facts, now officially so described by the Soviet leaders and reflected in a vast Soviet literature with all the emphasis of authenticity. Although in recent years conditions have been greatly mitigated, the poverty, the inequality, the lack of political and intellectual freedom and the bureaucratic terror are still there. My purpose in recalling all this is not polemical, if only because I see the main cause of these conditions not just in the ruler's ill will, though there has never been any lack of this, but in objective circumstances, in the terrible inherited poverty that the Soviet Union has had to overcome in isolation, amid blockades, wars and armament races. It was out of the question that a country like this should be able to achieve socialism in such circumstances. It had to devote all its energies to primitive accumulation, that is, to the creation under state ownership of the most essential economic preliminaries to any genuine building of socialism. Consequently, the Soviet Union is even today a transitional society, finding itself some way between capitalism and socialism, combining features of the one and of the other, and showing marks even of its more primitive pre-capitalist heritage. The same is unfortunately true of China, Vietnam, North Korea, and most of Eastern Europe. We in the West bear a heavy responsibility for the predicaments of those countries. Our failure to promote socialism in the West has been the ultimate cause of their failure. But if we are to face our task anew and enable a new generation of socialists to resume the struggle, we must clear our own minds to the end of the misconceptions and myths about socialism that have grown up in the past decades. We must dissociate socialism once and for all, not from the Soviet Union or China and their progressive achievement, but from the Stalinist and post-Stalinist parody of socialist man. I cannot go here into the motives of dogma and prestige that led Stalin and his associates to proclaim that the Soviet Union had achieved socialism and that still cause his successors to keep up this reticence. I am concerned here only with the impact this dogma or IE has had on socialism in the West. The impact has been disastrous. It has demoralized our labor movement and confused socialist thinking. Our working classes have watched in their own shrewd way developments in the Soviet Union and have drawn their own conclusions. If this is the ideal of the socialist man, they have said in effect, then we will have nothing to do with it. Many of our socialist intelligentsia have reacted likewise or have become so entangled in Stalinist mythology and scholasticism that they lost the elan and power of socialist conviction and have so disarmed themselves spiritually that they have been unable to struggle against the disillusionment and apathy in the working classes. It was once said of the Jesuits that, having failed to raise earth to heaven, they dragged heaven down to earth. Similarly, Stalin and Stalinism, unable to raise a poverty-stricken and miserable Russia to socialism, have dragged down socialism to the level of Russian misery. It may be argued that they had to do it. Even if that were so, we have to do something else. We have to raise socialism back to its own height. We have to explain to our working classes and intelligentsia why the Soviet Union and China have not been able to produce and could not produce socialist man, despite their remarkable achievements which give them a right to our recognition and solidarity. We must restore the image of socialist man to all its spiritual splendor. We must restore it in our own minds first and fortified in our conviction and rearmed politically. We must carry socialist consciousness and the socialist idea back into the working class. This speech, given to the Second Socialist Scholars Conference in New York in 1966, was published in pamphlet form by Merit Publishers, New York 1967. Isaac Deutscher is widely recognized as one of the foremost political biographers of the 20th century, and his full-scale studies of Trotsky and Stalin, translated into many world languages, have played a major role in elucidating the character and fate of the Russian Revolution. This new collection of essays, hitherto unpublished or out of print, provides a clear idea of the range and force of Deutscher's literary activity over a period of more than 30 years. It also demonstrates his essential consistency of purpose, From his sharp denunciation of the first Moscow trial in 1936, through his resistance to the Cold War tides of the 50s, to his sober analysis of the Chinese Cultural Revolution in 1966. His fidelity to the Marxist method and firm grasp of socialist history allowed him to penetrate the core of events without ever falling into the blind apologetics or feverish disavowals that blighted so many left-wing intellectuals of his generation. Deutscher's own origins in the Polish communist movement are here reflected in his famous interview on the tragedy of the Polish CP, while his major essay on bureaucracy is one of the few sustained attempts to grapple with this key theoretical and practical problem of the socialist movement. This volume is designed both as a lasting collection of some of Deutscher's best-known and most powerful texts, and as an introduction for readers approaching his work for the first time. A specially written preface by Perry Anderson assesses the selection in relation to Deutscher's overall achievement, and Tamara Deutscher's introduction passes on to the reader the often fascinating personal aero and to certain of the essays.